go.
VR makes me
let me know when I'm loading for you.
VR, sometimes VR is my 13th reason.
What number?
Huh?
Tiny. 10 again.
Now?
10.
10.
What the fuck?
10.
Wow, I'm just getting constant
It's
10s.
still
Oh god.
Fucking working, I can
That means
10.
it's broken
10.
again.
I can.
Shut the fuck up, I didn't ask you.
10.
10.
Oh no. Well,
Hey guys, we've got some pretty
The
good luck.
sewer melon.
Yeah, we've got the sewer melon.
Shut up about the sewer melon.
Well,
Okay.
It's coming for the nearest Jerry!
Some poor Jerry's gonna be taking a shit and all of a sudden from
Yeah,
the toilet.
well,
Melon.
that's gonna require more testing then. But, okay.
Why, dude?
Oh,
What the fuck are you doing?
Oh,
You have nameplates on. You saw me way too fast.
struggling. Yeah, I am being played on right now.
What are you struggling
with? So something at some point, I don't know when or how, broke with Menace's combat model.
Uh-oh.
So
What
it
kind of
shows
break?
up as an error.
Oh.
So it's not uploading properly, and it's only that one. So right now, I'm just copy pasting what does work.
Yeah, okay.
see,
When you say, okay, yeah,
I think I
so
know
I had something similar happen with Irenaeus. I'm still dealing with it right now. I can't improve or change this model anyway, because the model itself is gone. Unity
Yeah,
deleted my
showing
my
up
model.
just- Oh.
I'm currently still in the process of rebuilding it from scratch.
Yeah, thankfully, it's not that bad for me. But just something in the project shows up as an error. Like, it doesn't upload the model properly, so I'm just...
Okay. I won't bother you anymore, so you can get that done faster. Is NS watching?
He's AFK.
Okay. At some point, I'll be fuck ass. Can bother Lord again.
Why did that
Oh.
not help at all? Darn thing.
You like to change on me. Okay, you're still voice mod. Good. Fuck me. What the hell? Okay, we're back. No longer lagging. No, that's Luca's voice. Is this something you want at all? There it is.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good day, my liege.
Good morning. Have I missed anything important?
Nothing has happened yet.
Virtue is right there.
Has an announcement haven't started?
That's correct.
Not yet.
Yes, nothing of
I
note.
can't even complain to Harper.
No more
I see.
training, no like. I have plans for my team training.
Hi, Stone.
But that's about it.
Hey, Vivi!
Well, maybe
Oh, and,
using
is
to
on the
Ash!
the Fontaine might be a little bit more.
Yes.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
Maybe.
Ernest agreed to giving him a single chance to prove himself. So,
Hey,
sorry,
Irenaeus, I got a question for you.
came up with
Yes,
a
I most likely have an answer.
Exalia calls you liege, right?
mission ready.
Yes.
Production.
Learning.
Are you a king or like a prince?
That's what talking.
No, to both.
Him if he fails or not.
Hmm.
Exalios sworn themselves to be in my family.
Too far away.
Ah, so it's a respect thing.
Yes.
Okay.
I am not royalty.
I didn't really know much about you, so I didn't know if you was like a prince or something. I mean, I could see it, but
My family does have incredibly high standing within Serenity, but we are not royals.
The headmistress.
ah, the noble like folk then, huh?
Just briefly.
Yes. We are currently one of the largest
that
families
makes-
involved in the protection of Serenity's border against all forces.
I'm not even. What?
Well, that would make sense to your strong personality and your good voice.
Hello, all students.
Speaking voice.
Welcome to morning announcements. Today is the final day before we start heading out for Israel. We'll be heading out for Israel near the end of the day. So, first and foremost, make sure you have everything you need. Make sure your equipment's with you. Make sure you have any potions, items, anything you want to grab for the trip, make sure you have it on hand because we're not going back. Make sure if you're not in a team that you get on a team if you're coming and you're aware who your team members are and who your leader is. You should not be asking when we are there, who am I going with? Besides that, we are simply just preparing for the trip that we are living for today. No big lesson today, no big training. Granted, if you want to train some more before we head off, by all means, although do not get so banged up that you're going to be out for commission for a couple of days, because if you're in the infirmary, we will leave you. Okay. Besides that, I believe that's everything. You're all dismissed, and good luck.
I was.
Yes, sir.
I suppose.
Do
You think I should be even?
To any of my centurions also, before you head out and, well, gather your belongings before the trip, if I could at least meet with you here in the front. Very, oh so kindly, just for a brief talk.
The Centurions.
Centurions. I didn't hear this.
Say again, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't hear it.
You heard my leash. I'm going to go solve some problems now.
Which ones?
Okay, I'll ask you. That's actually very.
Keo, now.
I think that means you.
I'm not included.
Understood.
Yes, you are. Yes. I'm not going. I mean, I'm
We'll be conducting the tests with Thunder immediately at the Stone Arena. Once Valkyries have gathered to ensure he is not injured, things should be underway then. The best week is spent ensuring the rune is up to par.
So within a couple moments then?
That's what I was trying to say.
Yes, as soon as it is done, the better. So that way we can prepare easier.
I was trying to tell you.
That works. I have nothing at the current moment, so I can begin making my way over there.
Confirming that we shouldn't be getting there, people will be like, who am I going to?
Daniel, you are on my
By the
team.
way, Ernest, did you ever get a... Oh, okay.
Get your shit
Yes.
ready, we're leaving tonight.
Your foremost priority is the protection of myself and the rest of the team.
That's what he said.
Understood.
Our research in the library seems to be going back to more going up.
I'll get my things by the end, before we leave.
Good.
Over there. I guess over there.
Yeah. Relax here and there, like always.
Good, bad. How you feel about it?
Tastes chunky.
That's the best part about it. Oh.
Pay surprise. Ah.
I got my beard.
Itchy nose, itchy. Morning. Itchy nose, itchy nose.
Good morning, Professor.
Morning.
Hello.
Good morning,
It has
lads.
already ended.
Yes, basic announcements can be summed up. We are leaving today. Make sure to gather your things and be ready with your team by the end of today. Beyond that, you're allowed to practice and spar, but don't do anything that would leave you inside the infirmary for multiple days because you'll be left behind.
Intensive training is off the table. I understand.
I believe currently that's it. There's a exam going on for Xander currently that I'm about to make my way to. They've been pushing for him to be given another chance.
Does that mean he will be on the mission? Or will it simply mean that he will be a part of Valkyrie?
Potentially. I believe he's already again a part of Valkyrie. However, whether or not he passes this exam is going to heavily influence my decision on whether or not he'll actually be an asset to bring. I'm allowing them the single chance to change my mind.
May I also accompany you?
Yes. I believe also at the current moment, Exaliel is teaching Kyo.
That is probably for the better.
Yes.
I trust Exaliel's mentoring.
It was described to me, however. Can you make that jump?
Yes. However, I would still.
Can I push you?
I'll move out of your way then.
You are able to defend it, or would you like a ride down?
I just want to push you.
Oh, I do not believe you did. However.
You could have at least given me the satisfaction of trying.
Hello.
Hello. As I was saying, I believe it's more of a correction than an actual training. Exaliel talked about correcting problems.
Yes, I believe this is for the best.
Yes, I currently have no investment whatsoever to Kyo's development.
For a moment, I do not believe he is fit to go on any missions that would.
Oh, absolutely not. I would need to see significant progress, at least in some area, for me to even consider endangering everyone's lives with them.
Of course, I have thought the same, which is why I gave you the recommendation earlier in the weeks.
Yes.
It is unfortunate, as I thought he may have had a better control of himself. However, I was incorrect.
Unfortunately, we were, yes. I would have thought he would have had some control at this point. Instead,
Since he has been stating that he is trying to control it as of recent. However, no progress is documented.
the rest of his family isn't that much like this.
I do not understand. I believe his mentality is confused on being enraged and simple frustration. Maybe it is due to the parenting order that he does not know the actual difference between the two of them, and mistakes simple frustration for feralness.
Regardless, it's not my responsibility to improve him. It's my responsibility to use him. If he can't become an asset to be utilized, then I wouldn't dare endanger everyone's lives with his presence.
Correct. I feel the same way.
Currently, and I'll tell you this now, because we won't speak of it later on, Xander, the test he's about to go through is not one of battle prowess, but one of judgment. I don't question his abilities. I question his ability to think.
I question both, from what I had discovered in our tournament.
As I understand it, this test is going to be questioning his ability to make decisions and punishing him for the wrong ones.
Sure, I document both.
Regardless, I mostly plan to observe and see if I see anything of potential whatsoever.
Once it begins, this entire arena will be a full scenario for Xander. I will be molding it and constructing it using your mana. You need only stand at the edge of the arena and provide the mana for the rune once you have linked yourself to it.
Yes.
Hello,
I know
Aura.
what the trial is.
I should ensure that the information is passed here as well.
Are you aware of what we're doing?
Agree on what will be happening here. The rune at the center of the arena has been placed for several days now. I wanted to ensure it was of utmost quality, and everything I can tell with my memory back home, it is up to par. A false scenario will be created using the entirety of the space of this arena. Xander will be able to make contact and feel whatever occurs in this scenario, but no one else will, though it will still be visible to you all. If a building is present, you will be able to see the two of us through it. I will be placing him in points in time that would require his judgment, whether to defend an ally, whether to heal another, or change his position with another, and listening to orders. I will be improvising to see. I do not know him directly, so that is the best way for me to test if he is fit. Of course, your judgment is still final, sir, and if you ever wish for the process to be completely cancelled, you need only say, and I can destroy the rune then and there. The rune will be unusable once the test is completely offline. Nikos will be providing the mana for the rune, as mine is not sufficient enough to supply for a test such as this. If Nikos seems to be getting in strain, I do request that you pull him away from the rune, even if it disables the test. I'd rather no one takes permanent injuries here. Only small injuries to Xander that we need Valkyries at the ready to prepare for.
Are the Valkyries currently prepped? And can the rune accept other types of mana, other than your specific combinations?
Yes, it is not utilizing my own mana. It is just a rune on its own. There's no connection to myself. Whatever mana it supplies will be mostly irrelevant. Perhaps some of them will be colder if it is ice magic like Sir Nikos. Perhaps they will be brighter if it uses light magic. Valkyries have not been prepped, however. My priority was ensuring the rune was prepared, and that Xander was here at the ready. My presumption is that Valkyries will be coming down to the training area regardless. Once they are here, I will be requesting whatever assistance I can manage. If not, we may have to be lighter on the test so Xander is not injured enough to require one.
I let Nova go fetch 2 Valkyries for me with the understanding of it's Xander's trial, so...
Thank you. In that case, don't restrict yourself at all. And should you be showing strain, I'll assist you.
Very well.
I may also assist if need be.
I think they got Europa's on here on their own volition.
It should not be anything beyond the cultists I believe I saw you morph into before. The black robes and the white mask, if I'm correct.
Yes, using Virtue's puppeteering technique.
Then the projections I make through this test will be mimicking that appearance, and that should be the cultists. Beyond that, the urban and damaged buildings that should be present in the second level of Israel, and the smog. Though again, the only thing that will be mimicked will be for Xander, as well as a mask to ensure he is not poisoned by the rune's effects.
I was told to come here for medical assistance?
Yes.
Xander's trial is about to begin.
I got 2!
Perfect.
I was told to get 2.
We'd at least like some Valkyrie to be on standby so we don't have to restrict ourselves.
Yes. Since Xander's nature, your elements will not conflict with him. I believe. At least you two.
If needed, I know I can turn it to light.
I can help with that if you need that little bit of
There will be
extra.
projections among the middle of this arena. False buildings, false smog, and false cultists. You will be able to step through them as if they are nothing but air. They will be real to Xander, but not to you. If he is too injured, you are free to step onto the arena and attempt to heal him. The projection will only be targeting him. It will not do anything to either of you, aside from visual stimuli.
Noted.
I see.
I believe everything is
Gotta
underway.
have done just in case.
Valkyrie's on standby. I believe we are ready to begin. The rune is here at the center of the arena. If you can come here, place your hand across it, along with myself. The rune still requires your consent after all. I cannot place you into this false projection without me.
Well, let's get it done and
Your
over with.
mana should be linked to it, and if your mana is ever detached, it will be removed from it, and the projections will end. That way I
There
do
we
not
go.
accidentally kill you. Once it begins, you will not be able to see me, but you won't be able to hear me. And remember, any injuries you sustain in here will be as real as if you were on a war front. Do not let yourself or the allies that would be alongside you falter. Step forward here and face outwards.
Right here.
And face outwards.
Face outwards.
You do already have a mask, though this may interfere with the sensations of that. After all, a thick fog and smog are rolling in around you. You need a gas mask to be able to filter and ensure you are not poisoned in the deeper levels of Israel. Towering buildings, destroyed rubble, destroyed windows, glass scattered, and rocks broken around you. The buildings towering over your head and thick purple lighting barely piercing through the underground passageways. You are within a tighter alleyway within Israel's deeper plain. Your tremor senses burst along the ground. You feel small pebbles, shards of glass shaking slightly with each step even as you walk. You hear two sets of footsteps behind you. One much larger and one smaller. One walks alongside you and one walks behind you. Two more are ahead of you, even heavier than both behind you. You have 4 allies in this scenario. You are all walking together through an alleyway between 2 buildings, almost single file with the small amount of space you have. Your tremor sense picks up something else. To your right, inside of a building beyond broken windows, you hear very faint, small taps along the ground. What is it you do in this situation between your allies?
See if he gets back into Valkyrie.
I would let the boy behind me know. There's movement up ahead.
I haven't gone to chat.
This is not Fund Valkyrie, no.
But I will.
And what's this trial about?
This is whether or not I accept him onto one of my teams.
Are the ones there to protect you. They bolster themselves
Oh,
to ensure that something is nearby. The 2 behind you, one stays next to you, and the other turns around
Just
to
don't
ensure
kill him.
nothing approaches behind. The positions are
That's what we were talking about.
alignment. After all, you are not too durable, and you are a Valkyrie. You should be in the midst so you can heal your allies should they be damaged. Though, as you notice, the small steps step out of the building, and you notice a rat sprinting along the ground in front of you, and then passing out from the poison and collapsing dead. Your senses picked up a tiny creature. You did not need to stop yet.
wants me to kill the rat, but there is no rat.
Once it is gone,
Nice
you
hat.
step back forward, and your platoon is together again, maintaining formation.
Maybe it's not
One of
a
your
rat.
allies points that they see a glint in the building far ahead outside of the alleyway. Something in the window, they say. You see a small glint yourself, though the 2 at front and the one behind all say that they do not see anything at the window. What would you do in this situation?
I'm not gonna.
Why did you do that?
Excuse me.
Oh, bless you.
Oh, hello, Laura.
Suggest we change course slightly. Try to get out of line of sight of that glint. Continuing forward while trying to find an alternative route.
The suggestion of the 2 in front of you is to move right as well, inside of a building outside of line of sight. However, the one to your side and the one behind you disagree and believe that you should continue forward and try to be under the buildings rather than inside of them where you may be more easily spotted. There should not be disagreements on a deployment such as this. If more arguing continues, it's likely the volume will attract attention to your location. Allowing people to disagree like this on a mission like this is surefire death. What do you do to avoid this occurring?
Remind those that we're on a mission and we need to make a quick decision.
Sensible enough to not deserve punishment. Do continue.
While we still are on our mission, I think the sensible option still would be to go inside. We'll make this decision as a group, and we'll fail this mission as a group. We can argue about it later. What was the best options as well?
The two factors you overlooked here, not as detrimental as it could have been with your decision. Even still, you did not check which members of your team were assigned as the leaders and which ones were arguing in either direction. You should have acted along with the commanding point's decision. As it stands, the two at the front were the cavalry members alongside you. Listening to their orders to move along and under the sight is what you should do immediately. It is not detrimental enough to warrant a punishment, but that is a warning. You listen to your command and always ensure you know who you are meant to be listening for orders from. And with cavalry orders, you move forward. The glint vanishes before you even exit the alleyway between the buildings, and you have an opening to your left and to your right. Your two cavalry members up front take their eyes to the left and right to see through between the larger space of the buildings, and your tremor sense picks up again. Far to the right side, you have multiple larger sets of footsteps approaching your direction. 4 sets and one much larger set behind them.
All conversation should be taken away from here.
Approach now.
Inform them about the incoming movement from the right. The four what was it? Medium? Did you say? Then one large.
Medium footsteps and one larger behind it. Yes.
Inform them about that. Say we take the left route, take cover, and check in with other squads if they are there, to see if that was them. If not, we'll wait for their passing to continue forward.
You provide both options to the cavalry members. One recommends that they take you above to one of the broken windows to look outward from above these approaching footsteps, and the others will go inside of the building to remain out of sight, so they can duck behind cover as they pass by to ensure no one is spotted. I presume you will go along with this suggestion.
Yeah, I'm just tired.
Would suggest also that the 3 that are hiding to stay relatively closer, just to help better our odds in case we do get into a struggle, but I doubt we will.
I'll go
in the midst of your conversation, you are hoisted up
Still in the first scenario.
members and flown into the air and into a broken window above. The both of you crouch and hide at the edge of a still standing glass and look out to see 4 cultists stepping forward in that larger space and one golem walking behind them. A guard seemingly investigating Israel and patrolling. You hear the footsteps on your tremor sense of your allies far beneath, gathering together and huddling at a corner of the building, staying out of sight. Though your senses then pick up another set of steps coming from where you just deployed from, in the same alleyway.
I don't know anymore.
Though it is only a single set of feet, stepping towards the location you were just left. What do you do from here?
Or at least in a long time, so I am,
Okay, sorry.
Larger the footsteps.
Yeah.
I'm always here to...
The same size as the 4 cultists you see on ground level below.
more than I'm used to, so,
I apologize, I forgot which are your roommates.
I don't know, Virtue's just the unicorn.
What direction were they coming in from, again?
They're coming from the same alleyway you and your squadron had just came down.
Not bad, I just need to keep...
Oh yeah, no, I won't. I mean, I've been snacking.
They'll be
Would
waiting
ask
for
the
your
other-
decision the closer they approach
I
to your
remember my
allies.
Quiet.
Do not dally.
Where do you want to go?
I would ask one of my cab
heard
rebels
that.
next to me to contact other squads to ask where the positions are. Try to be very, very quiet and discreet. If the cultists notice anything, I'll grab a rock and toss it out the window towards the alleyway that they were walking from. Make sure not to hit any of the guys on the way out.
With your cavalry member with you, they state to you that the other squadrons are deployed far enough away that you cannot immediately gain assistance in this area. It is just you and the 4 others that are with you. That
I
is time
apologize,
spent now.
I didn't know the sound echoed that far.
Thank you, Lance.
The building where your 3 allies below are waiting.
Of course.
You cannot tell the direction the person is facing, only they are getting closer.
I'd grab a rock. Position myself towards a open window or a broken window. And throw it against either try to throw it as strong as I can into the other building's window or back the alleyway the cultists were coming from. Trying to distract them. So it gives my squad an opportunity to maneuver around.
You only have a few moments before the cultists arrive to your other allies, and you need to decide where you are throwing it. Behind the alley, to the building to your side, or into the open space ahead. You cannot have multiple decisions in a war. It is one.
I throw it in the building across.
Very well. Taking a small piece of rubble from inside the broken down building you and your cavalry member have been within, you take a rock and huck it to the building across the small alleyway. It clangs through a still standing window and the glass shatters, falling shards going to the ground level just in front of the cultist, moments before they might have seen your allies in the building to you and underneath you. They look up to see the window and breaking glass. They assume something is within, and you feel on your senses that they sprint inside of the building, and you hear a faint voice calling out. On your senses as well, your 3 allies far below you scamper to avoid being seen by either them or the now approaching footsteps from the open space, who have heard the other cultist calling out and entering into that building. All 6 sets of footsteps now enter into the building to investigate why a piece of glass had suddenly shattered. If they see a rock by your window, it is likely they will know exactly where you had thrown it from. Act fast.
We need to reposition. Try to get down that one alleyway we were planning on going.
Yes.
And regroup with our other squad members.
Someone's broadcasting. Well done. The cavalry member kicks you up over their shoulder, exits out a broken window, and flies back to ground level just where the cultists had left. They regroup with the rest of your allies. All of you together then sprint down the open pathway that the cultists had just came down. You're here to figure out where the cultists are, after all. Going the direction they had come from while they are occupied checking a building will get them occupied. Though again, seeing a rock being the reason for a window being broken, you might not have the most amount of time anymore. And given you did not check the decision with your cavalry member, you have made a mistake that will end up with cultists alerted to your position. For that, your left ankle. That pain will now stick with you for the rest of this. You and your allies continue sprinting down the open space. Your senses do not pick up anything as you move. Then, your fellow Valkyrie points everyone to move into the alleyway as they see another cultist's eyes bearing down on your location. All 5 of you gather up together into another alleyway, though this one is much more open. You could be in a line of 3 each with this allotted space. One of your cavalry members stays at front to barely peek around the corner, though they do not see anything. They turn to you for your tremor sense. What direction do you check, since your Valkyrie member member was uncertain of which building the glint had come from.
Repeat one more time.
You went down the open passageway the cultists had came from originally. Your fellow Valkyrie member says they saw a glint of a cultist's eye in the distance, though not far enough. And if you moved further, you would be spotted. All 5 of you went into a nearby alleyway with more space. Your cavalry member looks around the corner, does not see a glint. They turn to you for your tremor sense. What direction do you check with your senses to see where the cultist is?
I would check the direction my cavalry member recommends.
Good. The cavalry member recommends you check northeast from the position, given that the building far ahead seems to be more refurbished, perhaps even upkept, despite the situation of the city. And focusing your senses out there, they are faint, likely taking light steps, but you see 2 sets, one at the bottom floor and one at the 5th floor above. The cultist standing at the edge of the building and bearing out a window. If you go down that direction alongside that building, perhaps you may even avoid their sight. What do you do from there?
Repeat one more time.
Your senses pick up 2 sets of footsteps as your cavalry member points you northeast to a more refurbished appearing building. One on the bottom floor and one on the 5th floor up, the one above being nearby a window, their eyes bearing downwards, a sentry. Given that they seem to be the only ones in this direction, and even the building across does not have any movement you can detect, perhaps you do not need to change location. After all, your cavalry member insists that you head down forward somehow.
I would relay the information about the 2 cultists up ahead. The 2 sentry in the slightly refurbished building. I would suggest that the next building over is empty, but we can continue ahead if you think it's the right decision.
Good. Both cavalry members come to the decision. You should move forward along the edge of the building until you reach
Sorry? Oh.
there.
Are you alive?
Lag interruptions, yes. Do not worry.
The flux almost got you.
The recommendation is to move alongside the building so that the cultist gaze cannot gaze upon you. After all, Jesus, if they are only on one side of the passageway, they cannot see directly below them from such a high window. They need only be cautious of the one at ground floor, so you will stop at one building away from the 2 sentries. Though, once your group of 5 single file walks alongside the building at cavalry's orders, your senses pick up 7 more sets of footsteps at ground level of that building, and 2 at the 5th floor, one at both ends of the building. Passing by it seems almost impossible without either getting hurt or being seen, given you are all at ground level, and the one who can fly cannot carry every member of the squadron above. What do you do from here?
Out of the cavalry. Sorry, about the sudden appearance of more of the movement, and let them know about our current options. See if we could try to maneuver somewhere else, and then get reinforcements if we need to engage or see if there's another option of getting us out.
Your pain tolerance is slowing down your speech. You sustain an injury, and it seems like it's going to affect your ability to communicate. This takes place here, and while you are attempting to get your words out, you hear a shout far in the distance behind you, and your senses pick up again the same set of 6 footprints and one golem from before, who are likely coming back in your direction to inform that someone has thrown a rock to destroy a window. Though, they are not quite close enough for the building to your side to hear you yet. Your cavalry members determine they still need to move forward with you. And now there is a decision split. One recommends simply splitting and sprinting down the passageway, praying you are not spotted so you can try and get to the base of operations of the cultists before they are informed you are there. The other recommends moving backward and intercepting the cultists on the way, so only that group of 6 are alerted and you can take care of them before every member of that building ahead is alerted. These are both orders from cavalry members. What do you check or what do you do from here?
The more experienced.
That is acceptable. There is an assigned point in these deployments. There will always be one cavalry member who is the primary leader of a squadron,
Ionis, can I ask you a question later,
takes
please?
the utmost priority.
Yes.
You are not quite accurate on your request, but you are not far off enough to require punishment. The fully assigned leader of the squadron suggested moving backwards to intercept the cultists and not allow them to alert their allies. So, your squadron of 5 moves backwards and directs noise to the alleyway to the side of the cultists so that they do not move towards their allies. 3 split off, 2 remain with the golem still continuing down the passageway. One cavalry member recommends 3 of you, 1 member, and 1 vanguard, move out ahead of the golem and the 2 cultists, and then the other cavalry member and your other Valkyrie will intercept the 3 in the alleyway, given they have less space to come back at them. Do you move along with this, or do you try to suggest a different formation?
Formation seems fine.
Good.
I believe
Time is saved then. As it moves, you move with your primary leader and your vanguard. You intercept ahead of both cultists and golem, knowing you cannot get behind them in time. You simply have to take them head on and get their attention. Both cultists ready blades larger than your body, and the golem readies a mace, perhaps 3 times your size. Your vanguard engages both cultists on their own, taking a few blows but still dealing blows back to the cultists, and your cavalry makes effort to distract the golem while the vanguard combats the cultists, directing you to assist them. How do you do this, given they are a melee fighter against melee cultists?
I would move on in, providing support, close corner combat support. When I'm in range of the golem, or if I get into range of the golem, I will trap it in quicksand, sinking it down, providing the one distracting it an able body to assist us during combat.
Do elaborate on supportive melee combat. Remember, I have not seen you in action. I need to know how you are fighting with these allies to see how efficient you are as a Valkyrie.
I would support the vanguard and try to control the flow of the fight. Too close to the golem, enough to use my quicksand ability. My quicksand ability can grow and shrink on a whim, and I've been working on it to make sure it doesn't sink allies. So if the other was
Why have you not healed yourself?
fending it off, they won't be sinking.
Do you not have healing abilities?
It gives me able opportunity to allow my ally to come over and assist.
You've not been disallowed from healing
While
yourself.
the golem sinks in the ground. Once we deal with the 2 cultists at hand, we'll deal with the last golem.
Inventive, but against orders. Your cavalry member ordered you to assist your vanguard while they distracted the golem. Only providing melee support and focusing your attention to the golem so you could get an opening of your quicksand. It does benefit and allow your cavalry to defend your vanguard so they do not get injured, but you disobeyed an order all the same. Your left ring finger. You want to follow your cavalry's orders, regardless of the outcome. This is a war front. Being inventive like that is too high of a risk. Even in the scenario that it worked, if the golem used its might to smash the quicksand in and raise itself out of the ground, while the cavalry member believed that they were completely vulnerable, that could allow the golem to strike them from behind and possibly critically injure one of your leaders. You cannot take that risk, regardless of how minimal it may be. You follow the orders of your cavalry and ensure that no one sustains injuries that are unnecessary, even in this scenario that no one did. Your vanguard and cavalry together, along with small support from yourself, manage to strike down the two cultists, and then you are left with the golem, though your other two team members are pushed out of the alleyway nearby. 3 cultists, 1 having gone down. 2 cultists remain against your cavalry and other Valkyrie member. Your other Valkyrie member appears to be injured, with your other cavalry needing to defend them as they exit the alleyway and cultists push them out. These cultists are magic casters, and the magic they are casting is a weakness for both the Valkyrie and the other cavalry. Though you are not weak to any of them. What do you do from here?
Just to go support the 2 that are in trouble, or suggest one of them go support the 2. If not given the order, then I'm unable to do anything, other than just continue the current task at hand.
Creating suggestions is the best thing to do. You can input, but not act immediately, so long as you do not drag out your suggestions. Your cavalry member alongside you acknowledges and sends your vanguard out to defend both cavalry and Valkyrie, given they are resistant to the magical element that is assaulting both. The cavalry fights alongside the vanguard against both of the cultists, and the other cavalry stands with you against the golem, as your injured Valkyrie comes near but does not approach the golem, given they are slowed from their leg being slashed open. Your cavalry commands to defend the other Valkyrie and ensure they are not injured. They will try to get the golem away so you can heal them. How do you approach this combat?
I take what was said. I'll try to approach my fellow Valkyrie, set up my totem, and have it healing them. As so. Sends out pulses of healing. It's not very quick, but it does the job. And I'll make sure to stand to assist where I'm needed.
This totem does not require your vicinity to maintain its effect, or do you need to stay within a radius?
I can just... It just needs my mana. I give it a little bit and it's on a loop. As long as it's not damaged or tampered with, it should be fun. And it's tough. I made it out of special wood from back home.
Very applicable. I will give you the props on this decision to follow the order, and then the totem placed at your Valkyrie. They stand within its radius, and you stand just outside, staying nearby your cavalry member without getting in the way of their combat with the golem, seeing openings and seizing the chance, even you do not need your full attention on the totem behind you. You also glance to the cultist to your side and see the other cavalry and vanguard both strike them down, leaving only the golem as an opposition. Your Valkyrie is still injured but is slowly recovering within the totem. The cavalry members both surround the golem and your vanguard catches its weapon, holding it open. Both cavalry members are moving closer to strike you while it is held still. Do you do anything in this situation?
I'll wait until given an order or see a opening in case the two going in for a fatal blow. if something else happens. For the most part, I keep my point and make sure to only assist if they are in clear danger. At the current moment, it seems like they're fine.
Then I require one piece of information. Do you have faster, more direct forms of healing, or is your totem your only method of repairing damage?
I have faster ways of healing as well. I'm not a one-trick pony, you know?
You are observing the golem to ensure nothing goes wrong with the combat, and you were not given orders directly. This is acceptable, though the best decision still, given all 3 members are combating the golem alone, was to go to your other Valkyrie and ensure they are healed as fast as possible, so you are not slowed down in movement. If someone is injured, it is your job to heal them, especially your other Valkyrie, as no one else is applicable to repair their wounds if they are too injured to do it themselves. There is no punishment for this, but remember to play your role. The golem is struck down, and your cavalry members point to move back into position closer to the other building, to still remain out of sight and along the edges of each towering construct. Though, your other Valkyrie, once the healing has been completed on their wounds, even if you have lost some time from needing to heal them outside of combat, they note that the glint at the windows are gone. Your cavalry member orders you to do your tremor sense again to specifically check the upper window, though your ears pick up sound to your southeast. What do you do from here?
Do the tremor sense towards the window, but I also mention I hear sounds from the south. I'll let them know if I pick up anything on the tremor sense, but to keep an eye out on my rear, if needed.
Well done. Tremor sense picks up the building, and once again you see many steps at the bottom floor, though this time you can see both sets of footsteps that were previously on the 5th floor, moving back down 1 floor, to the 3rd, to the 2nd, and then to the bottom. They stay far from the grouping, but then hold still, and you can no longer see their movements. What does that mean?
Repeat one more time.
Your tremor senses detect the same 7 sets of footsteps at the bottom floor of the building, though the 2 sets that were on the 5th floor begin moving down to the 4th floor, then the 3rd floor, then the 2nd, and then the ground floor. Then, once they reach the ground floor, they both go still, and you can no longer see them on your sense. What does this mean?
First, I would relay this information to my allies. But I would assume, since they're standing still, they would be either having a conversation or they know we're here.
Good. And your cavalry points at the direction south and spots another small rat simply sprinting by through the rubble. And that is like the sound you had heard. With the information that they are all on ground floor, your cavalries point to the building just adjacent to the one filled with cultists. And all 5 of you move together up to the 2nd floor of that building, then to the 3rd, and your cavalry members get all of you ready to move across the building before any of them move back up, commanding you to keep your tremor sense constant and ensure no others come from the ground floor up and spot any of you. The vanguard and 1 cavalry are first to cross over. Do you await the cavalry member to return, given they are the only one in your squadron with flight, or do you attempt the jump?
I would await the cavalry return. Even though I wouldn't could make it, I would not want to risk it.
As you await, your primary leader of the squadron then directs you to make the jump across the way to the 3rd floor window, as the other cavalry is now waiting for you at the other side. Do you follow this order?
in through the third floor window. Give a. I would ask why at the first moment, and depending on the answer, I will do it.
You ask what? Your leader declares that given the other cavalry member is across, and the race that you are capable of jumping a far distance, and so long as the other member is at the ready at the window. Should you fall adjacent, they can dive and catch you before you are spotted should you be unable to make the jump, but you being able to make the jump will save the time, and allow the cavalry to bring him across next. Though you're questioning on your tremor sense, you see the 2 footsteps move again into the crowd of 7, and then 2 of the crowd step away as they join. 2 different sets of footsteps are coming back up, a rotating patrol as you ready yourself for the jump. How do you continue?
I would I would relay this information to cavalry who's in charge before jumping. I was given orders to jump. I will wait to see how he responds. If
You
he still
continue
needs
to
me
make
to
the
jump,
leap, and you are caught in the arms of your other cavalry member. You manage to make the jump with little effort. Your other cavalry member then gets out of the window and grabs your leader. You and the vanguard are both commanded to move up to the 4th floor and to continue moving up to the 6th so that you are not spotted. Do you move with them even as both cavalry members exit the building?
who was giving this order again?
Both cavalry members declare it at once.
Go ahead with this order. Moving up to the 6th floor as quickly and quietly as possible.
You and the vanguard make effort to move upwards, avoiding rubble and avoiding shards of glass, as you are taking slower steps to ensure you do not create a disturbance. This slows you down somewhat, and both cavalry members fly to the 6th floor before you reach them. But you still get to their side as your tremor sense detects the cultists reaching only the 4th floor. You escaped being spotted, and now your command is to again go between buildings. However, when you look outside at the other end of the building, there are no others. It is simply empty space. An empty field, or what might have been a field if not for the smoke. No one sees anything on the grass except for your other Valkyrie member. They say they can see in the far distance a very large tent. You cavalry members both declare you need to move out to that, likely the point of interest you need to reach. Do you wait for them to come with their idea? Or do you attempt something while you're on the 6th floor of this building?
I would suggest to relay any information we currently have to other squadrons to see if we can get them close.
That will do. The primary leader stays, concocting a plan as he gazes across the grassy, or once grassy plain, and your other cavalry member makes a communication back to your other squadrons through a rune on their wrist. The primary leader declares that the one with flight needs to bring down each of you 2 at a time to be able to move across. Though, your tremor sense picks up the 2 on the 5th floor below you. One of them is stepping away from the window, stepping away from their post, as the other cavalry member picks up your other Valkyrie and your vanguard and begins to ready himself to fly down with them. What do you do?
I'll tell them to hold on a moment and explain that one of them is leaving their post on the 5th floor. I don't know if they're going to be looking out the window and seeing us, or if they're going to be moving, but I think we should give it a second before we move on ahead. Trying to remain as quiet as possible as well.
Your primary leader repeats your command, and the cavalry, vanguard, and Valkyrie all halt in position and hold still not making a sound or moving a muscle. Your sense follows along as this cultist steps along the 5th floor. And then you feel a small movement just ahead of him. 4 small cylindrical legs. The movement is very brief, only for a moment, and then the cultist turns and steps back towards his point. They were picking up an object from a table, it would seem. What do you do with that information?
I would relay that information to my squad. It seems like we're okay to move ahead, by the sounds of it, but I would relay that they were picking up an object on the table, and there was movement, more movement.
Good. You relay this to your primary leader, who signals off the other cavalry with both Vanguard and Valkyrie in hand before you finish the information. They state they will pass it on once they return. Though now, your senses pick up something else. Much heavier footsteps 2 floors above you. Cavalry has already taken off towards a grassy field and spun around. There is a small dead tree that they are falling down next to hide behind and stay out of sight. The heavier footsteps above you almost shake the building with each movement. Then it moves to the back of the building, and you hear the sounds of stairs crumbling beneath it. Both you and your cavalry leader turn around and see a golem crashing through the back of the dilapidated building, breaking the stairs as it lands down and crashes through several floors. And your senses pick up that it stops only at the 3rd floor, as a cultist had ran upstairs to catch it. Though, being able to catch a golem is not something regular cultists can do. What do you do from this position?
I will relay the information to my ally who's nearby about the golem crashing through the building, and that there is someone strong enough to pick it up, to prevent it from crashing down the stairs. I would suggest we should try to either move, or get in contact with those who landed by the dead tree and see what they see. Because they would probably have a better view.
Your leader at your side communicates that at the bottom floor is likely one head of this squadron, one who has much more power than the others and is capable of manipulating the golems, either a caster or a physical strength. They suggest the both of you exit the broken window and use your blades or anything similar to latch onto the side of the building outside of view of the window, so that your cavalry member below can still fly to take grasp of you while they are distracted with the golem. If they are moving inside at the 3rd floor, after all, it is unlikely they will see as high up as he is. Though, he signals you that when you are outside the building to use your magic to inform the cavalry at the bottom to avoid being spotted on the windows as they fly up. How do you accomplish this?
First, I would take off, assuming I'm wearing my main armor. I'll do as what the leader says and get outside the window. I'll look at what the building has on the side. See if I can wrap a cape around, or wrap my sleeve around something to tie it in place, to keep me in place. Then I'll use the sending zone that we have received to relay the information to the member who can fly, about what's going on.
There is nothing on the side of the building sturdy enough for you to hold yourself onto, and while you're considering this option, your primary leader leaps to the side of the building and jams their blade into the side of the stone. It holds steady. The walls are able to withstand some amount, and they are holding their weight while their blade is jammed into the stone structure. There is nothing sturdy enough for you to hold onto with simply a sleeve. How do you go along with them?
I follow behind them and use my sword. Jam it into a wall. Either right next to them or right near them. Or a little bit below them, just in case.
That is acceptable. You use the sending stone and communicate with your other cavalry member capable of flight. You see them almost get ready to take off directly towards the building. Then they hear your voice on the stone and move to the side, weaving themselves through the air around the windows before reaching you below your primary leader. They grab hold of your rear end and lift you up towards your sword, assisting you in pulling it out of the stone. But as they do, a part of the stone wall crumbles and falls towards the ground. Your cavalry member is still holding you while in the midst of flight, their wings only barely not being hit by the stone. Do you do anything here?
I'd see if I could do anything to provide cover from the stones falling down. Making sure that they have a clear flight path.
Shall your wingmen are throwing need assistance?
I see your priority in protecting your cavalry member. Though, in this situation it is not the most applicable, given it is only a small part of the stone wall. Your sword is not huge. It would not take the most amount of space to be able to move it. But you will not be punished for not taking the maximum priority. Given that you are only being held in one arm, thanks to you being below your heavier cavalry member leader. The one holding you uses their other free arm to grab the stone as it falls down, preventing it from hitting the ground and causing a disturbance that would alert the cultists that your location was above. They put the stone back into the small slot and bash it back into place. It is only a small noise as they replace it, and then they grab your leader and take you through the air down to the ground level, down to the dead tree where your other two members, Vanguard and Valkyrie, await. None of you have been injured, and the only combat you had took did not go as poorly as it could have. I suggest you wait here for a moment as I cause this projection to fade out. That is one test you have gotten through with 2 punishments. I need to relay all of this now. That is 1. Do you wish to have more performed, Sir Irenaeus? Or is this all the information you would need?
Primarily, I'm surprised. With some of this test, it's almost asking him to make decisions as a cavalry member, which he will not. However, for the most of it, all I require of him is competence and not taking undue risks. To know his role, assist without micromanaging guidance, and without causing undue harm to the other members of the squad or potentially failing the mission. I believe I've seen enough to actually suggest that. If you were to run another scenario, what would it be?
I would take one where the squadron is already engaged in a situation that is unlikely for them to survive. One of the sending stones are damaged and cultists surround them. To see his quicker decision-making, keeping him on a timer to see what choices he makes and what he prioritizes. Though that is only if we had failed in our mission and are in a dire circumstance without reinforcements. It is an unlikely scenario, but one that Frost Gods are meant to prepare for all the same.
It is primarily his quick decision-making that I'm primarily concerned about. I'd like to see that test. However, in doing so, why haven't you healed yourself, Xander?
It's a test. Besides, my mana veins are still not fully up to par. It's a surgery.
You require one of us to assist you?
No, it's fine. But
Turning shortly.
I've been working on blueprints that I need to send in still to get a replacement arm. Losing a part reduce your mana veins, you know?
I want him healed, and I want the second scenario.
Yes. As I said, Valkyrie are free to enter the area at any point, and the projections will not harm or cause any sensations to either of you aside from visual stimuli.
I got it.
You are free to heal him.
As long as there's a lesson in the pain, I'll allow it. I don't support torture.
And that is the primary purpose behind it all. I will begin the next.
If you require further red mana, let me know.
My liege, I believe I have solved the issue with Kyo. Time will tell if it actually worked.
And how did it end?
He knows what he has to do.
Is he still under trial?
Let's see if he actually follows.
Everyone's require both.
Let's see then.
One that will have less time to think.
It doesn't require both, but since I am a separate user, it is requiring both.
If you're free later, let me know.
Ernest. He is draining himself of both mana types and would like.
We're going to be talking to the other commanders that are available before we depart tonight.
Do you have any questions?
We'll have one final conversation, but we've talked about this mission far enough already.
Already in the midst of combat.
I simply need to know the final count of the potions.
Channel your ice, man.
So far right now, and this isn't counting additional health potions that come from Valkyrie and the mana potions from Copperbeard. Right now, I have a list of 21.
Yes.
I will gather that in a second. Repeat yourself, Osaru.
I was checking to ensure Nikos is not overstrained. That is all.
No, I have
Understood.
the two providing me with more mana. I will be fine.
We can speak of this after.
This time, your decisions will not have so much time between each. You will be in danger.
I see you're already starting to
Your
ear testing
enemies will
already.
not provide you any amount of
They've
time.
been that way for a little while now.
Closing in on you and your allies, attempting to
If there's going to be any conversations
you must decide what
after,
to do immediately, as fast as you possibly can. Any
either that or move away.
could be an open wound on you or your allies. Thus established.
Understood.
Once again, the smog-ridden purple land of Israel, broken down buildings in the distance. You move along that same dead, grassy plain you had gazed upon before. No damages to your masks have been done yet. You are still filtering the poisonous air. But now, there are squads of cultists surrounding all 5 of your squadron. Many with blades, some with magic. Not all of them you've seen the mana capabilities of yet. But directly ahead, about to strike your 2 cavalry members, are two golems. Alongside them, you have 14 cultists in total in a circle, ensuring that you have no space to escape this assault. Your vanguard is to your left, combating with 3 at once and holding them off above damaging them. To your right is your other Valkyrie, staying at your side and watching your behind to ensure you are not struck. Your cavalry members are both attempting to cover both you and your other Valkyrie at once. There are no injuries yet, but the enemies are unlikely to give you breathing room. No commands are given immediately. What is the first thing you do in this formation?
Aaron's oath specifically. The words of it are secret.
I feel like it's required for my next decision.
The only prior knowledge you may possess here. No member of your squadron has become injured. The only thing here...
Kyo is the name of the White Tiger character.
And the 2 golems
Not the one currently behind me, they're not in frame.
Vanguard is still engaging some of the cultists, and your Valkyrie is watching your back.
They're from the same place Irenaeus is. Although they've left and joined another country. They often have issues with losing control of themselves. Irenaeus looks down upon them incredibly.
Start making your decisions, and I will continue along with you.
Is one of our members a very powerful caster? Or do we all have mainly physical fighters?
You are in a
That is the
primarily
question.
martial squadron.
Good to know. I have my totem set up close by our other Valkyrie, just in case. I'll have it set to.
Almost look like you reached for my wing there, Doka.
Next, I'll ask my leader what's the plan. See if they have thought of anything so far.
In this situation, both cavalry members are having their attention completely taken by two golems. Any attempt to communicate is cut off by grunts of effort as the golems strike and they block or dodge. They do not have a chance to be giving you commands, and are trusting you to make decisions in this combat encounter so you do not perish.
Right. Alright, I know what to do then. I would use one of my abilities to deal with the backline of cultists. There's 14 of them, you said?
In a circle around you, 3 of which are engaging your vanguard to your left.
I'll use my mushroom, spawn it in, enhanced by my totem, to clear out a wide enough gap so we can move on through. Well, it's not going to be a pleasant experience for most of my teams because I still haven't gotten this down to not affect allies. Best case scenario, we run on through, we're a bit injured, and we have something to cover us slightly. I'll inform the other 2 about this opening. We'll regroup somewhere else and inform others about our little conflict. Try to get more people here so we can win a fight in the future.
This mushroom is only causing irritation of scratching to the cultists. Is that correct?
It's a light form of mana sickness. Large doses, it can be fatal.
In this scenario, then, your focus goes to place your totem's effect and cause the mushroom to sprout nearby some of these encircling cultists. The radius immediately affects 4 of them at once, 3 with blades and 1 with a wand. They split away from the mushroom immediately, not staying within the effect, though this does create an opening in the encirclement.
Next to the red one, that's Kia.
And going through it would be dangerous. Behind you, you hear a cultist drag a blade along the ground and attempt to swipe at you, but the Valkyrie at your back blocks the blow. The cultist is locked, weapon to weapon, with them directly behind you, and your vanguard is knocked to the ground to your left. They are sent flying across ahead of you and back to your right from your left. Both cavalry members knock the golems off balance and have them vulnerable. What do you do in this scenario?
I assist the vanguard that was knocked out. I know the Valkyrie is closer, but I think I trust their capabilities since they were on guard.
Good. You place your trust fully in the Valkyrie watching your back. They defend against a single cultist assaulting them, and you split for a moment past your totem to the vanguard who is injured. I presume you are taking the more immediate method of healing to them, or are you inspecting them with the precious seconds you have? Good. The immediate healing you deal out to your vanguard, they immediately spring back to their feet as a caster attempts to blast you with a ray of fire. They stand in the way, and their clay blocks the fire and defends you from the burning. Your Valkyrie you had split from does lose their footing against the cultist, but you are still close enough to them for you to have an opening at the cultist as they attempt to swipe at your Valkyrie who is vulnerable, and you hear both cavalry members charging towards your position to group back together. What do you do from there?
After I assist the Valkyrie, and once we're all grouped together, I'll let them know about the current opening ahead of us. I would suggest that we try to escape and regroup with our fellow units out there on the
In your
field.
time communicating to your allies in vocal, the Valkyrie who was attempting to hold off the cultist was left open, and they have now been struck along the back. They are still healthy and managed to somewhat dodge the blow, but the sword still slashed at the back and caused some blood to trickle onto the ground. They are not critically injured, but you spent time speaking with your allies and not acting at the same point. They have still lost some amount of blood to the blow, and your vanguard sprints ahead to defend them and blow the cultist back. The Valkyrie moves to your side as one cavalry member gets to your back as well, wanting to defend you both as your primary leader steps to the side and commands to focus on the casters of the cultists who are hiding behind the sword wielders to ensure that none of you are afflicted by the mana. Your vanguard immediately takes to this and attempts to create an opening around the mushroom you had left, given they are out of position. What do you do from here, as cavalry and Valkyrie are both at your sides?
Repeat one more time.
You will not have many of these. I cannot repeat much information for this. I will allow it once. Your primary leader has ordered to focus the casters of the cultists surrounding you. Your vanguard had defended the Valkyrie after they had been injured due to you not defending them immediately. Your Valkyrie with that gash on their back moves closer to you and turns back to the cultist that the vanguard engages. Your lower cavalry stands at your back and seeks to defend both you and your other Valkyrie. What do you do from this position as your vanguard then sprints past you towards the opening your mushroom had made?
I will inform the leader as I move with the two by me closer towards the mushroom. The goal here is to try to get too close to where I have the defensive point and just push through it. Informing and relaying this information while moving to my captain.
Acceptable. You are in a defensive point with cavalry and Valkyrie at your sides and you are defending each other, and then your leader joins as you are moving together in a group. And your vanguard slows down at the leader's behest to ensure they are not split off and picked off alone. The five of you are watching each other as you move closer to the mushroom and the opening that was in formation. Though the cultists, acknowledging this, blast the mushroom with fire magic, engulfing the area it had opened in a blanket of fire, blocking your exit way, though with not very high flames. What do you do from this position as all five of you are grouped together?
Do I have a water mage on our side?
In this formation, you do not. The only resistance to flame on your team are two clay mages, though again, your team is primarily martial.
Mages, alright. I think the best thing to do would to use my quicksand magic to drown the mushroom, sinking it, engulfing, consuming the flame, still giving us a path forward, and still providing us a little bit of a cover if the cultists try to follow after us, chase after us.
While you were deploying the quicksand, your vanguard had jumped over. Oh dear. Your vanguard had leaped over the blanket of flames to get closer to the caster who had placed it.
Hello.
They strike at the caster, and it disrupts the magic, causing the fire to dissipate, but also disrupt the mushroom to a degree in your mana. It is not an injury to you, but you feel some mana lose as the mushroom dissipates. The quicksand then does form in the position, though you do not strike your vanguard given how far they had leaped ahead. You are now slightly blocking the entranceway, as I imagine your quicksand would still affect allies.
It does not.
The four of you are grouped together, closer to the quicksand, who can then step over it as the cultists are still caught off guard. Though two swordsmen close in on both sides of your vanguard, your cavalry member commands you to go to your vanguard and defend them from one of the blows, while they move to defend another.
I'm here to defend.
Moving to your vanguard, you take your blade and defend from one of the cultist's swings as the vanguard blocks another. The vanguard catches the blade and tosses it to his side. Hearing your clash behind him, the cultist is more physically powerful and does knock your blade downwards, but that gives an opening to your vanguard behind you. They bump into you and knock you slightly forward, but blast into the face with a punch to the cultist and knock them onto the ground. You hear on your senses that your two cavalry members are moving with your Valkyrie towards another caster far to your right. What do you do from here?
I relay that information quickly as possible, while still continuing moving forward. Right, keeping an eye out, just in case. For the others.
You are moving to where?
Yeah, he was the one to lose control last episode. He's the one Aaron was calling a disgrace.
From your current position, that would mean you are sprinting over the cultist that your vanguard had just knocked on the ground, which would then split you from the vanguard behind you as the cultist behind them swings further back. They are able to guard in time, but then it gives time for the cultist that you had just defended from to stand back up. Your vanguard is now being flanked from both sides and cannot defend themselves from both sword strikes as you move closer to your other group as they exit the encirclement that the cultists had already begun to break, given you are all leaving formation as is. You hear a slash as one of your vanguard's arms is cut open at the elbow and blood trickles down onto the ground. That is the first major mistake of this exercise. Your left thumb. And though, considering the severity of the vanguard being exposed, I imagine there would have been an opening for a cultist to strike you as well. I will not make this major, but to reinforce further. A gash from a cultist sword swing you barely dodge would still graze the right leg just above your knee. Regardless, you are moving closer to both cavalries and your other Valkyrie as you hear your vanguard behind you become injured. What do you do?
Repeat one more time.
Regardless, you are moving forward, away from your vanguard and towards both cavalry members moving with their other Valkyrie. You hear the slash strike your vanguard behind as they grunt out in pain. What do you do?
Turn and support the vanguard, picking them up if needed, and healing them.
You attempt to pick them up while two cultists are in the midst of assaulting them. I see. You run to your vanguard.
So I'm talking about like a multiple time thing, right? Like, the goal originally is to,
But of course, having to move an ally, you leave yourself open. You grit your teeth with pain tolerance and attempt to pull your ally even as a slash cuts at your right shoulder. But it knocks you off balance and you lose grip of the vanguard, who quickly tries to swing at the cultist and misses. You now have blood trickling down your right shoulder across your torso as the cultist swings at your vanguard and is blocked again. Now both of you are injured and losing blood. Both cavalry members approach to your behind, and the other Valkyrie member quickly runs to your side, placing a hand to your shoulder, and, with a non-detrimental affinity, quickly attempts to begin healing your shoulder. And both cavalry members join the vanguard, though this leaves your behind open, as two casters on your tremor sense are invisible and approaching somewhat nearby the Valkyrie healing you. What do you do?
I call out to the Valkyrie to move, and let them know about the two invisible casters on the way. I can heal myself, or use a potion if need be.
You only have time to call out to move as you hear magic cultivating behind you. Both you and the Valkyrie split from your position as fire blasts in between you both. Both casters seeming to be fire mages. You both are split from your position but manage to avoid being burned. You still have a wound on your shoulder, but cavalry members spot that you are in danger and one splits from the vanguard to join you. Your other Valkyrie member is on the other side of a blanket of fire on their own, and two swordsmen approach behind them. What do you do from here?
Relay the information about the other Valkyrie and let them know that I can most likely handle my own for a bit. Our main goal should be trying to group up again and moving forward, but I would let them know that the other Valkyrie is getting ready to be faced by two soldiers, two cultists.
I see your intention. I will have to inform you of the quicker way. Instead of giving all information, simply point in the direction of the other Valkyrie and say, two cultists. The quicker you pass information, the sooner you can defend each other. Doing this will inform the cavalry they need to go to the other Valkyrie to defend them. And given one of them had flight previously, this allows to pass over the blanket of fire. I will allow this once, but be concise and quick with information. You cannot be long-winded when you are in immediate danger. The cavalry member splits and goes across the blanket of fire, flying above it and joining the Valkyrie to defend them, and both begin engaging two cultists. Behind you, you hear steps of one of the golems, finally regaining its balance and approaching close to behind you. Your leader gazes back at you and calls out to get away from it, as the vanguard also blocks a blow directly behind the cavalry, both being stuck between a number of swordsmen and unable to come close to you. What do you do from here?
I do my best to get away from it, using what movement I have available to me. I'm quick enough on my legs, so I would probably push against the ground and move back.
You push your legs against the ground and propel yourself slightly backwards, avoiding a swing from the large mace of the golem as it approaches you. Though as you step backwards, it reels its mace back and opens the maw on its stomach and blasts blue flames towards your location. Moving backwards only allowed it to breathe towards you in its mana. Still, your cavalry and Valkyrie on the right are engaging the cultists, and your cavalry and vanguard on the left are both surrounded. What do you do to get away from the flame, and what do you follow it with?
I dash to the right, and then summon my mushroom again, using it as cover, just in case it tries to turn.
You move yourself quickly to your right, a small gash of flame catching on the end of your tail, though not enough to spread it or cause damage. You deploy your mushroom and get close to it. I presume you're immune to the effects of this mushroom if you're making this decision. The flames turn towards you. Good. The flame turns towards you and burns away at the mushroom, burning somewhat at your own mana, given the affinity of fire to your nature. You move to the right and you are now much closer to the cavalry and Valkyrie who are now finishing off the two cultists they were engaging. But you hear another sword slash behind at your primary leader and vanguard. You cannot tell who is injured, but you hear slashes to your allies and one of them yell out. What do you do from here?
I turn and I dash over to where the scream of pain was, trying to get closer. The Valkyrie and the other one behind me, finishing up over there, should be well off on their own for a bit. My main goal is to get over and heal my ally and support them, make sure they're still on their feet.
Despite a Off, beginning of moving to your right, towards the two who do not need assistance. I will commend you on a recovery there. You place trust in the other cavalry and Valkyrie to defend you as you moved back towards your primary leader, even at the risk of getting yourself incinerated. You move away from the mushroom towards your primary leader and vanguard. The cavalry hurls their weapon at the golem and bunks it with their metal weaponry, knocking the flame and the maw shut and allowing you to escape without being burned. Both they and the Valkyrie get the golem's attention as they had just struck it, and you come close to 7 different cultists all engaging your leader and vanguard at once. Your cavalry member has a sword currently stabbing through their shoulder, but is about to toss the cultist who had stabbed them into one of the others, meaning 2 are about to be out of commission. Your vanguard is slipping underneath a larger cultist's legs. They are not wielding a blade, and they are much larger than the others. What do you do from here?
Repeat one more time.
This will have a detriment, then, if you are needing more information before engaging. Your cavalry and Valkyrie both get the golem's attention and allow you to escape its fire. Your leader and vanguard are surrounded by 7 different cultists. Your cavalry leader has a sword embedded in their shoulder, but is beginning to ready themselves to toss the cultist into another. 2 will be out of commission in a moment. Your vanguard is attempting to slide onto the legs of a much larger cultist who is not wielding a weapon like the others. What do you do from here as you approach the horde?
As I get closer, I'll use my quicksand right underneath my 2 allies. Nice. And I would go assist the one being stabbed. Relaying the information, the one who's using the fist is the commander. And to be careful. Wait until we're all there.
Remember what I said about concise information communication.
I can talk faster if you like.
The speed at which you speak is not the issue. When you are on a war front, you need to be shorter in sentences and more concise in wording, rather than calling out that the one with the fists is a commander, be careful. Direct that, weaponless, a commander, and leave it at that. A commander is already more dangerous. You do not need to emphasize it or create a full sentence. The faster you communicate with the allies, the less danger you will be in. This is the last time I will remind you. Do it again, and a different detriment will have to be placed. Continue. I did not let you finish.
Summon my quicksand underneath my allies, point out the commander, and assist the one who was stabbed, removing the sword from their shoulder and healing them quickly.
Good. The quicksand rears itself under the legs of both your vanguard and primary leader. The leader takes the sword in their shoulder and uses their weight to toss the cultist, stabbing them into another, knocking them into each other and back onto their ass further away. The quicksand delays other cultists from using it as an opening, and it slows down the commander who was about to strike your vanguard, attempting to maneuver around them. You sprint to your leader and immediately heal their shoulder, patching up the wound with very fast mana, but a cultist attempts to swing at you and your cavalry member pushes you aside to defend you. You manage to heal them out of a critical state, but they are again still injured. However, due to you taking a significant time to get closer and considering your options, your vanguard is struck in the back of the leg as they maneuver past the commander outside of the range of the quicksand. The caster blasts the back of them with some form of water magic and has injured their knee. Their movements have been somewhat disabled. What do you do from here?
I would shout out to my ally, we need to move. Try to get the attention of the others who are fighting walking over to us, and I would try to rush over to the one who was just struck in the leg in the back, defending them, then picking them up. We still need to move towards an escape route.
Waste your mana.
This is not a fight we can take.
Your information is still not concise. As you are communicating with the cavalry, the cultists they are defending you from gets knocked back, but two more approach from your behind. The cavalry slashes at them both, but one gets a slash to your back, almost splitting open down to the bone as the blade pierces down. You have a massive wound now bleeding from your back. You attempt to move all the same towards your vanguard who has become injured. Despite the injury, you do grit your teeth. You move slower thanks to the loss, but your cavalry member commands you to focus on assisting them as they also call out to the other two members who were previously engaging the golem. You hear a loud sound to the side as one of the members engaging the golem inflicts a magical effect and taunts cultists to their position. You have an opening to get to the vanguard now, due to this, and due to the other members not being too occupied beyond a golem. The cultists sprint off towards the sound to your other two allies, and you manage to reach the vanguard, blood still pooling along your back and dripping to the ground. How do you approach this?
Maybe one more time.
Your cavalry defends you from a strike, but two more come from behind, and they cannot defend you from both. The slash rears down to your back for the wound you now have. The cavalry engages them, but still commands you to move to the injured vanguard. You hear a sound in the distance as one of the two allies engaging the golem inflicts an effect on the cultists around you, and they sprint off towards your other allies, giving you an opening to the vanguard while you are still dripping blood and being slowed down by your injury. What do you do from there?
I'll try to heal myself and move closer to my ally.
Good. You reach a hand around your back and place it as close as you can to the slash wound, channeling your healing magic even if you cannot completely focus on it in the midst of movement. You somewhat cover up the dripping blood and are no longer leaving a trail on the ground, but your back still aches from the slash and open wound you now possess. But you manage to reach the vanguard. What do you do?
Why are you not healing yourself, Xander?
Vanguard injured.
You've actually healed yourself in this scenario.
Yes, as you recall before, a magic caster had struck the back of their leg. Their movements are disabled as one of their knees is badly injured.
I'll focus my healing on them, placing my hands on their injured part, using only one hand.
I've only seen little bits of AA. I did like Godfrey.
And a healing potion for myself. Keeping my tremor sense active just in case. Keep aware of it.
Focusing some
I like
effort
all
of
of
your
them,
tremor
actually.
sense is a waste of focus, and does affect your ability to heal the vanguard somewhat. You should be trusting them to defend you. If their leg is the only thing that is injured, slowing them down, they could still defend you, and you should focus all effort onto the healing magic of the vanguard to ensure they are back on their feet and capable of doing so as soon as possible. I understand the thought on this on wanting to defend them, not knowing the severity of the injury, so this is not detrimental, but just an adjustment of focus that is necessary. Your vanguard springs to their feet as soon as your healing magic channels through their leg, and they are back ready to combat. You chug down a healing potion and feel your stamina recovering as well. Though, with the combined injuries, you are still not back at 100%. You hear your leader back in the direction you had come from, surrounded by three, only barely able to get them off of them as they sprint over towards the rest of your allies. The golem, you can feel on your tremor sense, collapses and has been defeated. But the 9 cultists, including the commander, are now surrounding, your other cavalry member, and your Valkyrie. And it seems your leader has become injured while they were surrounded for a moment when commanding you as well. What do you do?
I'll point to the Valkyrie who is surrounded and tell my ally, go, and I'll go rush over to our leader, assisting them however I can. Whether it be providing support with quicksand, or spawning in my mushroom to give them a little bit more space or defensive cover. Just trying to assist.
With the injuries piling on top of themselves, you do manage to reach your cavalry as your vanguard moves to assist your other cavalry and Valkyrie. As you reach your leader, though, your injuries do begin wearing you down. Your mana isn't completely at will, and you feel your vein becoming pained. You have been deployed for some time, and your nature magic might overexert if you continue to use it now. Your cavalry points to the others being surrounded and gestures for the both of you to move together while you are defending each other. Try and get them out of it. In the midst of movement, the cavalry says, "You cannot win this fight and must try to escape together." What do you do as you are both approaching the horde that your vanguard has just entered in?
Suggested to escape. I would try to look for an opening for escape for all of us, and then point at it, exclaiming, "We need to go." And I would try to relay this information to those who are still available. Goals to
What are you using to try and create an opening as the cultists surround your other 3 members?
I'll use the last little bit of mana, whatever I have within me, to do a large pool of sand. Sink those around me down deep enough to lock in their legs and hold it in place. And then we can move forward.
You exert your mana and feel your vein recoil as the sand builds at the ground of the cultists. You are in an immense amount of pain as your mana rejects your body, but the quicksand still pulls the cultists. Your leader charges forward and uses the opening to slash at the cultists and knock them out of the way, and as Vanguard had only just appeared, they grasp onto both the cavalry and the Valkyrie, who had retained injuries from being surrounded, and uses your opening to sprint out of being surrounded. The cultists are beginning to chase, but your other cavalry member grabs hold of your shoulder as your mana completely drains you. The quicksand fades out quickly as your squadron arrives at your location. The cavalry capable of flight lifts you up into their arm, as the vanguard and leader both make effort to defend from projectile magic being launched towards you. The 5 of you sprint away, no one else having sustained enough injuries to limit their mobility, minus your other Valkyrie, who is then hoisted up by your leader. Some of you take points of mana damage as the cultists make an effort to blast you before you can escape. But many of you are faster than them, and the commander is the only one who seems to be somewhat able to keep up with you. But as you make distance, the commander would be isolated if he continued to follow you. The cultists no longer give chase, but instead move in a direction adjacent to you, seeming to prevent you from moving in a certain direction. They push you back towards closer to where your other allies would have been. You have sustained a heavy injury, and an exertion of your mana that will be difficult to recover from, but you gain information that the cultists are preventing you from going a certain direction that your cavalry can then communicate to the other squadrons, and you ensured the rest of your squadron was not majorly injured, as well as you not having major open wounds on the travel back. only an overexertion of mana. You are not perfect in this deployment, and you need to think faster and have more concise information communicated. But you are not the worst I have ever observed. You have some commendability, especially for a reputation of being expelled. Let me close out the projections. Valkyries, get to him, now.
You good now?
A broken finger, a broken ankle, and a massive gash on his back.
God, my body feels stiff.
I shouldn't do anything. Letting, make sure you balance yourself out if you need to.
Let me deal with the gash first.
I'll be fine. Thank you.
The test was
Injuries were
sufficient.
stacking up, and he was not. Yes. The decision does still go to you. I have already said my thoughts, and I believe you had overheard. But it is not my decision to make if he is on backup.
I've seen enough to consider giving him a single chance again. He will be a backup.
Very well.
My ankle and
Thank you for this opportunity, and I am glad the Frostguard test is as sufficient as need be. I will disperse the rune for now, and it will be destroyed in the process. It takes a few days to assemble these, so these are not immediately available. Now you have this information, and I can pass it along as need be.
sorry.
And I hope you are not overexerted, Nikos.
If it wasn't for the assistance of others,
My leg and
I would have needed someone to step in, but I'm fine.
just
Yes.
The
The
ice in my
Swedes were
system
watching you
was
as need be.
uncontrollable for a moment, so it made my legs stiff. I almost fell. I'm fine now.
It was a useful test.
that's completely fine.
Some of it was not completely applicable, because I don't believe he should be making decisions as a cavalry, which it seemed that was more. However, there was some of it about self-sufficiency, which was useful.
Send is going to be fine, Leppy. But it might be best if you,
It is good to remember, these tests were intended for Frostguard trainees and squires, not for this academy. I will be able to adjust the longer I spend my time here, but my training is not for teaching the rules here, as of quite. My improvisation was all I could match for here, so it will likely be more efficient the more I perform tests such as this. Still, I thank you again for the opportunity, sir.
I'm not unsure about Sander.
It was a useful learning opportunity.
Wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, it would help with that.
Shall I inform Xander that he is on backup for Ryga's team in Bonnie's place? Or do you wish to inform him?
I can inform him now.
Give me like 5, maybe 10.
I kind of did.
Thank you. Then we can double it to 30. Anyway.
Like I said, it was
I still need to go to
It is not a major amount, but my mind is still able to provide. I believe somewhat stabilizing mana, so we're still able to utilize it today.
Well, he said I didn't.
Too much, you put too much pressure on that.
Right.
Xander,
He said I didn't do too poorly. Yes.
Thank you again.
you've done well enough.
Yes.
You've earned a spawn.
And it was my idea.
You're now a backup, and will be considered for further missions.
Well, thank you.
Continue to not disappoint me.
My ice receding back.
I'll try my best.
Provided it does what I said, it'll be enough.
I believe I will leave the stone arena adjacent for now, so I do not take up more of the time of what professors may require. If you wish for any similar tests at any point, let myself or Nikos know. The both of us are knowledgeable in Frostguard, though I imagine his skin are softer than the Siren family, though that may be beneficial for some.
Still fucking hurt.
That will be useful in the future, especially if it can be adapted as you implied it could be.
Whoever controls the room controls the scenarios. Though again, the more intense the scenario, the higher the mana cost.
Hmm.
My hearing was impaired for
Is it possible to run that test on multiple people at a time?
How are you feeling up here?
Yes, but the same thing.
Increases the mana cost.
That is the most we are allowed to do. Yes.
The more it is, the more straining it is. Unless they are very high mana pool and very experienced with channeling, it's most likely not best to do more than 2 at a time.
Collecting the senses and bodies of multiple people at once requires a significantly higher amount of mana through the rune, and going above 2 with the runes that we acknowledge could likely overcharge the rune and injure the user and the trainees. That's why we remain at that low number, though with the Academy's knowledge of runes there is a chance it could be refined. I do not know.
I can see both a use for it and a way to progress it.
Acceptable.
I think we did pretty good.
Which would just involving both the professors and Fontaine.
I'm guessing you wanted to do squad scenarios with this, yes?
Yes.
In the future?
That's what I'm imagining.
If squadrons are up to 5, that would be extremely strenuous. I suppose it would depend on if the professors have enough mana to do something along the lines of that.
Several of the professors have incredibly large mana pools, along with intense mana potency. I believe they'll manage. If not, the fact that multiple can channel through or assist should be fine.
We just need to be careful if we have that high factor of personnel actively being affected by the scenario, not too intense of a scenario. We need to find a balance. Even with the
My thought was finding stories of previous scenarios, the previous missions before my time here. Quite literally correct the mistakes of the past.
The user of the rune that does channel the projections through their own mind. Whatever they are imagining is essentially what constructs itself. I did not know the exact descriptions of Yuzuriel. I only imagined based on the information of a rundown, deep city. Deep purple smog and broken down dilapidated buildings. I don't imagine they were entirely accurate, and the only reason I could construct the cultists and golems was due to Sir Lance's recreations of them from this very arena. If it is in the mind of whoever is controlling the room, it is possible to create with the mana possibilities.
There are definite uses of that for the future.
From all sides.
Most likely be used sparingly. You'll know well in advance.
Yes.
These will be specially constructed scenarios.
As of now.
If anything, we can discuss with Fontaine a possible expansion on the rune. Upgrade. I've seen, at least with some shamanistic runic people, they have a way to have more than one be able to channel. Not the way I did it, but directly, than through one.
So, that will have to wait until we return from Yuzuriel, though I do not want us to dedicate time yet.
After we return from Yuzuriel, work on that in the meantime, in your downtimes.
Merely watching their training.
Understood.
I'll attempt to find a use and opportunity for this. Something that provides benefit toward the others.
That was a you.
Of course.
I have no.
I expect I'll likely do fine.
I'll be sure to inform Riga. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to show Interior's ability, sir.
And have a good list of priorities to knowledge.
Yes. It was a good learning opportunity.
Also just get whatever job they set out for us done.
Hmm.
Yes, it seems that the two teams may have different tasks.
I need to find select individuals for my team training, at least for mission training.
Can we use any of that to our benefit? Oh, what was the verdict?
Xander will be a backup.
Hello.
There's a certain member
However,
with a very sparse attendance record. Provided they're not present, they will be replaced. That is the purpose of this.
Okay.
my concern comes from him behaving like an adult while we are off mission.
I will say I am not happy with the choice. I would choose absolutely any other person in here other than him. However, if it is the choice you made, I will work with it.
I'm giving him the opportunity to continue to prove himself and to not disappoint us. I'm also not pleased, but I do wish to be fair.
Additionally, they will be on Ragus, if I remember correctly, and will be supported by one of the other vanguards that is well suited. One of the more active ones.
Okay.
Are we fighting house trucks now?
That means all the teams are settled then? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, once we have
All the teams are currently settled,
we are.
and they will no longer be changing.
James is looking for Fontaine, I think.
Good to know.
Oh, wouldn't it be Virtues? Because Virtues does the puppet stuff.
And how are you, Sabriel?
Fontaine and Virtues, they both do have constructs. With I know that.
I'm a little bit nervous, but that's normal.
I'm a little out of it today, so I do apologize.
It's to be expected.
I suppose the mission nerves will wear off eventually.
Trying to wake up, so. Mel also headbutted me really hard.
I mean, every time I go out with my family, there's always a little bit of nervousness. Not a lot, just a little bit.
Because fundamentally everything is unpredictable. It can always go very poorly in a moment. That nervousness and anxiety is useful. It heightens you.
I suppose that is why I cannot push myself. I am not nervous about these things.
Do you not feel fear?
Not that I can remember. I suppose there is one instance. But that is a bit relative. Other than that, I am not quite afraid about the missions that we are going on.
I would say similarly. I'm not anxious.
It is good to know that I'm not the only one.
Irenaeus again.
You're going to be so.
However, there's also a reason for that. I've been doing this since a very young age.
Suppose that is true.
I was born for this. Yes.
No, he's still not dead.
Did you want to talk about that now?
Yes. What's the current count on the potions?
I want to spar him.
Right now,
But use-
21 in total. Currently, it is 6 large healing potions, 3 small, 5 small anti-venom, which
Only
Arlo
now
is producing more, so
process
currently we
of
should have
actually
11.
Controlling their feral state.
3 medium stamina potions, and
Which is why I wanna
about 4 fire
I think
resistance
that is a
potions.
bad idea.
Copperbeard is still producing mana potions as we speak.
More importantly, what advice would you even have to offer him? I do not believe you are proficient in.
With that, we basically have
Or I do not believe
enough large healing potions that would suffice for all of our squads on your side.
Yes.
2 can be distributed to
If you do have
Aura's side
suggestions
if
or
need to
still want
be.
to go through with it, then that is your call.
Where would those best be placed for you,
However,
Aura?
I have given you the warning as one of the Vanguard higher members.
She
More than
told me.
likely, Blitz's team
Oh.
and Nico's team, considering both of them are primarily the front line.
Then you'll have them.
Nico's just told
Most of
me
them are
that
like,
they'd have 2 Valkyrie first. So I don't know if they exactly need it.
hmm. His team. It's true there's 2 Valkyries, Mr. Mao and Mr. Europa in it. So, with that in mind,
I'm a part of it.
I am very much aware.
And then, yeah, she is part of it as well, if I recall.
Yes, he is. Next. The other team that might need would probably be Blitz's team, because Blitz consists of himself. What was her new cavalry member's name now again? I've yet to
Hazel.
learn it properly. Hazel.
Song.
Song, technically, there's also Mr. Wilhelm and 2 of the other new ones.
Lilith
I've actually
and
forgotten
Letty.
Lilith and Letty. That are on his team. So from my knowledge, none of his people have healing capabilities that are I'll probably follow soon. Able to be transferred easily between each other, from my knowledge. Bear in mind, we still need to fix our player document at some point, though that's too late to worry about now.
That'll be concerned at a later time.
Gonna be honest, I don't think Winter's team is that much of a need of healing potions. Winter's team precise of himself, Mr. Amaris, Miss Kokari, Mr. Cube, and Miss Emil? If I got that pronunciation correct?
I believe so.
I believe so, yes, it is Emil.
It's true that they don't have too much healing. Actually, they might need it instead of the Nico's team.
I would say, predominantly on my side, the team that needs health potions the most would be Ryga's. I don't believe anyone there actually has healing capability.
He is guaranteed. His squad is guaranteed to get one.
Repeat your question, Aura.
Tesla can provide potions.
Is that so?
Tesla is also an alchemist, if I recall, because I did speak to him about it, and he was helping contribute to smaller supplies if needed from the Valkyrie. I could ask him if you need me.
Did Arlo not
For
end up
clarification.
on Ryga's team?
He's on my squad.
Arlo is currently on Reed's
Oh, no,
squad,
I
yes.
was like, I know Arlo was on someone's.
Predominantly
My
for
squad
your
doesn't really have to
squad,
worry about.
both Lance and Selrin would more require mending than healing. For
Which is why
actual
we got
healing,
Nako.
you have Nako. Yes.
And me.
Yes. Additionally, without you, an angel.
Technically, you only got all of the people that can actually utilize the use of mending. You have all the gargoyles, from my knowledge.
I believe so.
Do we have stone too?
We do have stone.
I have
We do,
stone.
don't we? Yeah. Okay. I was like, remember who's on what?
I can provide emergency mending at some point, but Arlo would do that.
I believe we also have all the people who actually require mending. Are there anyone on yours that I'm unaware of?
Not from what I'm aware of.
Onyx is no longer
From
present.
Okay.
yes, from what I've been made aware of, he is unavailable to partake in any further activities, which is a shame. I had some plans for him, though. Alas, what can you do? Sometimes
I
things
do.
don't
I
go
really
like
thought
planned.
he had a lot of potential. But he just.
Certainly.
I felt like he was just stumped on a path.
By what he told me, yes, that was indeed the case. People denied him opportunities to even try to grow.
I knew a few people wanted to speak to him this week. It's a shame. What about... the
Actually,
other
scratch that.
sub-user?
I believe. You'd think you do actually have a single individual on your team that actually requires mending. Hey, Song.
Oh, yeah.
Hazel is a starborn?
Yes.
I swear looks are really deceiving sometimes.
I do have a suggestion. Gil is going to be providing bandages that can help with mending. If he produces enough of those bandages, do you suggest that he can provide some of those bandages to help out with the mending?
I would say they would be prioritized toward Blitz's squad. Blitz has the ability to move around quickly, provided they don't damage the bandages.
Anyone on Blitz can mend, can they?
Not to my current knowledge, no. The one most likely to ask would be Willem. But I don't currently believe he has the capability.
I know at least probably if we talk to Nako, that he can probably have prepared some small minor runes. He did that on our last assignment we worked together on.
I would assume Nako would have known it.
I know he's mostly working on the tags for grow and strength, because he really likes to use those.
As for the poisons and venoms that were present, at least on the Colt's side, during our trip down to Zirin, you've prepared, what was the number again?
I prepared 5. Currently, Arlo has 6, so that would be a combination of 11.
And Arlo additionally has the ability to cleanse poisons, yes?
Correct.
I'm gonna go finish getting my stuff packed for the night. And see you guys later.
He can also
See you in a
provide
bit,
mending.
Sabriel. He can provide mending.
Correct.
If that's the case, all of the bandages should be provided to Blitz's squad. We have too many members capable of mending, while they have none.
Are you sure you don't want to at least keep a limited supply, at least 1 or 2? In case
If we can spare one.
I would recommend.
If we can spare one or two, yes. It depends entirely on the quantity.
Because
Is Bjorn...
from my knowledge, we have very few starborn in
I
our
was just here.
that requires mending.
Yeah.
Because you technically have, what is it, Lance due to his armor that keeps him going and that needs mending.
Yes.
You have both the gargoyles, and you have at least one starborn. So in total you have 4 members in your entire squad that requires mending.
Yes.
Well, on my side there's only one.
I don't mind waiting. It also lets me not feel so much pain that when I'm standing right now.
Actually, that's a slight issue. I believe
I really do appreciate it.
who on our squad is actually capable of mending.
I can do mending, but I've only learned it in the case of last mission. I'm not efficient at it, but I can perform it as a backup emergency.
You also have Nako.
The problem is,
can do it.
the problem with me doing mending is I am dark and lightning. It really depends on who I'd use it on.
In which case, you could use it on BO. But you can't use that on...
Lightning, yes.
Yes.
But I can't do it on stone.
No, you can't do it on stone, and if you have dark, would you still be capable of using it on Selrin? He's light and wind.
No.
Hmm.
My dark would provide harm more than anything if they're light. That is the problem. That is the issue I had with Daniel when he was on my squad. He could use light and provide healing, but he just could not heal me. I took that into account considering I had 3 small health potions, but we were all together at that time. It was an open field, so there was people around to provide any healing if needed. This time, it's not going to be the same case. There's a chance we could come across each other, but it's unlikely. We might be splitting off into different paths.
Seems I've made an oversight, then. What else is capable of mending?
I also got 2 new weapons, so if we need to switch out, we can. And I have
What did you say, Ernest?
Asking myself a question, who else is able to mend?
Maybe a Mars?
She's not focusing. When you were standing there, you were
Is Tesla capable of mending?
being allies right now.
Maybe? I could ask him, he's right over there.
Please do so. We need to know everyone who can.
Sounds good.
After all, mending is one of your bigger concerns you need to keep track of.
Yes, it is. Now realized I've made an oversight. Or possibly made an oversight. Reed is capable of mending Beal, but not stone. Nako is capable of mending. Nako is nature.
Well, I only have
Yes,
one.
nature, which works basically with all elements, I believe, except fire.
In which case, the only one they're incapable of mending would be Lance.
Magic is
This leaves both Lance and Stone unable to be mended.
Did I not freaking... Give me a moment. You see it envelopes around her? Go ahead.
This fucking school.
That she keeps her crown and she's barely bruised. It's a durability spell. Allows me to take the damage and... Yes, that's my second dark one. Chains of Darkness, which allows it to be trapped in a certain...
Also, I presume you also have heard, yes, the entire failure of the communication at the top.
That's why we were going to have Stone to be as...
Communication at the top. Could you elaborate?
My dark
What exactly are you referring to?
one is a fireball. You see in her hand a fireball appears.
Apparently, that
For the range.
they don't communicate properly when between each other when time for departures and everything is supposed to be.
Enveloping myself into kind of a magma.
As in for the end of tonight. About when we're leaving.
To increase my strength and speed.
Mm-hmm.
If you want, I can...
Apparently, not any of the other professors was aware of that.
That we're leaving tonight.
I really want to know if we're actually leaving tonight because of my armor, but in regards to knowing about the mending, Amaris can do mending, so can James.
We're going to want to prioritize you and your squad and Ryga's, being semi-close to each other. We may need to pull on the off chance that Stone is injured enough to require mending. We may need to pull James in order to mend Stone. Additionally,
Mana potion should also help out with anything that could come in handy if something happens with his mana. He already talked to Beal and he says not to worry about his mana as much, considering he has a control over it. The only issue is that his lightning. That produces or that exerts more mana than usual, but he doesn't use it as much, so it shouldn't be a worry. Considering he's been around a while and I haven't seen him strain himself, really. Seems to be fine. So I'm not worried about Beal. I know Stone was unsettled during the first mission, so that is a main concern.
ideally we should never be separated enough for it to become a real issue. We just need to be aware and make sure everyone is aware of who can mend who. If I understand it correctly, James should at least be able to mend... James is lightning, isn't he?
He does use lightning, yes.
Yes.
Same problem, then. Does James have any other elements? Is he a pure lightning?
I believe so. I'm not sure. I know he's used the lightning against me before and uses his sword. That's about it, as far as I know.
In which
Other than
case,
his gadgets.
I change what I said. He can't actually do anything for Stone. However, he can mend Lance. Considering that I don't believe Nako... Nako as well should be able to work with Stone. However, Nako cannot mend Lance. due to the fact he is both fire and lightning.
But they should both work in hand together if Arlo's helping out with stone, or vice versa.
Yes, we are just going to need to establish before we start. How fast is mending?
It takes some time, I'd say, depending on the damage.
There was trouble a moment ago recalling James's elements.
You're a pure lightning user, if I don't recall correctly.
Good, I understand it correctly then. And you have the ability to mend, yes?
Yeah, I know the mending room, yes.
In which case you can mend Lance. You can't mend stone, and you can't mend Selren. You can mend Biol.
Well, when jump for the runes are gonna help. Can I usually help with making the mending bandages.
We're establishing right now who can go to who for mending.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Mars is clearly one, as they have a spell for that specifically.
Yes, however, there's no guarantee that we will be near the same areas after long. Currently, the ones I mentioned, Lance, Selren, Stone, Biol, they'll be going with me. Amaris is on Aura's team.
And I also found Biol.
Specifically, Winter.
Where'd he go?
We currently need Biol. Where is he?
It seems many people are in the middle of a search for him.
I'm gonna presume they're still doing the Star Heraldry.
They're doing that?
Yeah, they've been doing this entire time while
If
you
King
have
was able to find him, I would doubt that. I don't believe he would have been permitted to enter the ritual room during that.
Oh, they locked it up properly this time around.
And yet Keo said he had found Biol, which I imagine would mean he is not inside of there.
It's most likely probably the library, most likely, for the research he's doing.
As me investigators.
Well, at the current moment, Star Heraldry is not the priority.
Indeed.
Provided there are bandages, with mending available, this will become a non-issue.
Aura,
yes?
Amara said that you needed Biol. Biol should be down here momentarily. Just to give you a heads up.
I was not the one looking for Biol.
I require Biol, this is fine.
I was just told something that you and Biol, I'm just delivering a message. And Fontaine should be down here momentarily. He was having a personal talk with a student, so.
Understandable.
He's also been like glowing, so I'm assuming he was relaxing as well today. A whole bunch of fucking lotus leaves or some shit. Sorry it took me so long. I got kidnapped by him now.
No, it's fine.
And was thrown on top of a tree. So, the usual stuff. Yeah. It was very dark up there, and I didn't see where I was going.
Is Arlo capable of mending?
It happens.
I have no idea. Arlo, if he can, is, from what I can recall, water and nature.
At least get the squad our training out of the way, so.
If we are performing that, given Bonnie is not present, should we do it with the assumption it should not be for the deployment and bring Xander out here?
Yes.
Did
Bring Xander along.
Tried to get in touch with her at all?
Yes.
Or
let me go grab him.
I did not. I can try again. I knew I was forgetting something. It's been a weird week. I'm so sorry.
I will say one thing,
No, it's fine.
Aaron. I still envy you that
I feel like I've been running around with my head cut off.
all of your people are always available.
It's fine. It's fine. I was busy finishing my projects. So.
It does seem like there's a disparity that shouldn't exist.
Yeah, it seems that, in theory, everything should have gone without a hitch. Though... I can never get all of them in the same place.
And see.
I believe currently, Lycos was speaking about grabbing the others for team training.
In a weird way, not a great way.
As for Winter, I have not seen him yet.
I'm fine-ish now.
Blitz, I believe, said something.
Blitz, though, but I should be able to survive on it. Just work out.
Blitz, I know, is basically as much setup as possible. I personally either wanted to get my own personal squad together, though them nabbing some of the individual for Star Heldry made that impossible.
Oh, they took Silverlance, didn't they?
More than likely, I haven't seen him ever since the start of the day. So,
question: what we're ready? Do you want to do like a little like spar in terms of practicing redirecting and blocking?
I don't believe the mending will be too much of an issue. Not if there's as many bandages with mending as I believe there were, which that's more my issue than yours. However, I don't believe Amaris can actually mend Song.
We could do that. We could, yeah.
I believe he's fire and she's water.
Get some practice in.
We would not have had this issue if we hadn't lost
I believe Archons and Onyx.
Archons. Yes. That the two of them became unavailable. Really tripped things over. Or is it perhaps just fate wanting to set up a grander stage?
That remains to be
Moving away
seen.
some of the pieces of the board, just to make things more interesting.
I won't speak on fate. So be all.
Actually, it makes more sense now why Bjol was taken. I recall hearing that he was apparently gonna be forced to see his mother this week.
Yes, yes. They're attempting to fix his artifact.
Let me see, so maybe they broke the door. Or cracked it with bare minimum.
I believe they have some method for it.
Arlo does know how to met, and you are correct on their affinity.
And that their nature and water, yes?
Yes.
If that's the case, I believe stone is actually taken care of.
No.
No. Or was it clay?
Water and clay.
Sorry about that.
Which doubles up.
Trade-off.
Did you still need to talk to B.O., by the way?
Yes, where is B.O.?
Right there. Talking to him, Morris.
I'll go get him.
Like I said, it's really a trade-off. People with dual elements become so much more difficult to
Account for, assist. It really just becomes an issue.
Yeah, unfortunately not all of us can be born pure as yourself.
If you wish to word it like that. It at least makes things simple. I know where I stand.
Also, a comment about you earlier from the familiar.
What?
A spawn of light.
From your familiar.
No, Winters.
Hey,
He'll be over in a moment.
What did you do now, Sayori?
Yes,
I
sir.
didn't do it. The door's cracked.
Why is the door cracked?
What?
No, I had actually bet on that.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Are we?
Are they all free?
Fate again.
Fate do that?
Are they all free?
yes, right now. Except for the moon and fate because they're currently fighting.
Was the artifact repaired?
This is supposed to be
What, the door?
Luxury Day.
No, the artifact.
Virtues.
Oh, I have no idea. Probably not because the moon is a little busy.
I believe that's what the moon was actually intending. What were they actually attempting to gain out of that Star Heraldry session?
I was in there because I went to go talk to her and then that
Hello,
all
Menace.
happened.
Why are we doing this,
like I said,
Virtues?
The artifact's probably not repaired because the moon is fighting fate, and the moon is the one who can repair it.
You're free as a backup in case someone doesn't make it. However,
Were you recently in there, Fontaine?
force people to work with you, so
No.
if some team comes free, it's
Hmm.
up to
No, I
you
was
to actually
mostly
convince
talking
them
with
to,
one of
like,
my
be okay working
Centurions.
with you.
Oh, also we found we spoke with the spirit of spirits, or the star of spirits. There we go.
If
A new one, then.
room, you're free.
Are you still good to help
Yep.
us?
Which one summoned them?
That would be
You require
What were you saying?
Fitting.
Yeah.
Why are we messing with fate?
virtues.
Oh no, there's a difference. There's a
Is there someone that can catch me up on everything that's gone on in there?
Since I
I was told to ask you.
die,
Man, if I could ask Virtus, I'd just grab him real quick. Too.
I'll most likely ask you about it later. At the current moment, Star Heraldry is not my priority.
It's mostly just super
Actively
down,
messing with fate.
fair enough.
I've been asked to fetch the mail boy.
had very little to do. Faye apparently tried to attack some Starborns and the moon.
Okay,
got ignored, and then
I've
they started
been meaning to
fighting.
ask
That has
Irenaeus
nothing to
here
do
a
with us.
question, actually. I don't know if you're available.
Would you like to ask this question in private?
Preferably with all of the noise.
Question for you, because I was told to ask you.
We've been doing
could
this
you
for
get
3
What?
weeks.
for my team to
Walk with me for a moment, then.
What was that?
Can
Well,
I
you've
can I
got
get a
the
conference
privilege
for
to
my
a
team
flight.
this far to practice?
Otherwise,
I can do that.
We could.
I'm just.
We're doing it here.
I think just walking over here will be sufficient.
sorry, just without all the noise.
Hmm. You're not currently on any time restrictions. What's your question?
Someone needs me, but we'll see.
I more mean that I'm not going
So
to cut
my
you
question
off.
to you, because I figured you know your leader best, and I do mean Zula. Okay.
What? Yes.
My question to you, I recently heard, and I want your honest answer of what you think that she would take out of these. So, in your history's documentation, the books at least, of Serenity, it mentions Zula takes an item. Apparently, Kristen holds 4 items onto her. One is the artificial elixir of life. The other one's an artificial elixir of decay. And another is an elixir to help calm the forest, apparently, of our fallen forest. Or a recipe. And the fourth is apparently an artifact of a Starborn. It's not noted if it's Mentos's, but that's what it seems to have been told whenever I asked Virtues about it. What would you think that she would take out of those 4? Let's move off.
I
because I don't want to get any
honestly,
stray bullets anyways. And
to
I
be
can't want to
completely
shoot him.
honest with you, Mal, I have not known and have never known Queen Zula personally. She had been long dead before I was born. So, I don't currently have a genuine, honest answer for you about which of the 4 she would most likely take. However, I have a guess.
I would love to hear it.
The elixir of life is currently here at this school.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
I don't know the story of how it got here.
I would have to remind myself, but I was told it by the headmistress, I believe.
I'm aware she used it. I'm not aware of where she got it from.
She used it.
Yes.
That probably pissed off Fate.
I imagine, as I'm coming to find out with the majority of the professors here. I did explain to you that they were called Fate Breakers, yes?
I started to interpret that when we had our chat in the room with the section. Or SOAP, as they call themselves. 3 words or letters.
I'm not going to currently call any of the stars acronyms.
Cube, is there a reason why you need to be over here?
Well, firstly, the amount of genuine brain rot I'm getting from being around the most people is starting to kill me off, and I'm starting to shrink. Secondly, I was curious as to what you were doing.
I needed some space away so I can communicate with Irenaeus here. I have a question.
Of course, I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, do you think you can go somewhere else for now? Sorry.
Oh yeah, of course. By the way, if you want to find out what happens after you die later, let me know.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll ask you later about it. That seems quite
Yeah,
yeah,
they
could
have...
you,
Anyway, what I was going to say is information about what happens to the soul after you die in specific. Something forbidden, something shouldn't know it, something I do. That's funny.
Let me take
Anyway,
a guess. The Star of Spirits?
What?
Where did you get that
No,
information from?
Professor Fontaine. He said it by mistake because I was curious. I kind of let him into a random conversation. Anyway, ignore that. Yeah.
I'll ask further questions later.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I like sharing that.
Did you go
Anyway,
somewhere
talk,
else
man.
as
Let me-
well? That is very odd. Okay.
At this point, I've
So,
stopped
what would
questioning
you-
the school.
Yes. What was your guess going to be, though? I don't think I heard it yet.
My guess was going to be the elixir of life. I'm not sure.
The artificial one.
Yes.
Hmm.
See, off the top of my head, I wasn't aware an item was taken. Which may have just been
there.
something I've forgotten.
It says it there in the history books and when I was looking to the library.
I don't
thing
doubt
feel like
you.
It's important to tell you about.
I just haven't
Well,
read
you
through the
know, but
history
or
books in a long time.
I'm just stating what's there for the Curiosum's library. But just to add to something that might interest you, because I remember you saying you were asking about angels, I decided to do a bit inquisitive myself. Apparently, if you did or didn't know, I don't know if you told me. Fate was the reason why you guys have your vows.
Where did you hear this?
It was from the star that's watching over your virtues when I asked them.
Today?
Yes.
Protection.
Yes, and they don't know the reason as to why they did it.
They said that they don't know?
Yes, they know that Fate did it, but they don't know why, or how they even did it.
Interesting. The last time I asked that question, the answer I was given was that I can't tell you.
I was also given that, but they also generally do not know.
Even the stars don't know.
They're at war with Fate, and the moon. So I try to see
Not
how
all
far
of
back
them.
of questions I can ask them.
I
Besides
at
the
least
fact
have
that apparently
confirmation that there are
humans were the
several stars
original-
on Fate's side. We don't have anything to identify them, though. We're also unsure about what this actual split is about. Apparently it has something to do with a ending that Fate is working towards.
Yes, I got that. They seemed to write that out. And so I asked them if they knew the reasoning of... Well, first let me rewind a little bit more. Apparently there was more than just humans that was at least in the Vandiles. What they told me is that a harpy was there before Fate killed them.
Who told you that?
And I'm talking the same star from Virtues. I tried to see how far back I could ask.
Did they give any identifying details about that harpy?
No, I didn't get any of that. And even then, they mentioned that there was other races besides human at the start. But the harpy was the only one that got mentioned. And apparently, the whole reason why the Vandiles started this whole conflict with each other is that it was a stupid reason according to the Star Protection.
Oh, I'm aware the stars disagree.
No, I'm talking about the people in the Vandiles.
What do you
That's
mean
what
by
I
that?
made sure to ask.
The people in the Van
wish I knew
Dials.
more. I asked them what was the reason for this conflict to begin with in the Van Dials.
Which conflict?
From the what? The before times of the national rulers.
Hmm.
Because they, as stated, the stars were around before the creation of the Van Dials.
I don't currently have any information about pre-rulers.
I don't either. But they existed.
Which means it was something nearly 2,000 years ago.
And the only thing that's ever mentioned about anything before that time was apparently something in Yanqi about the Union of the Van Dials. Also, it was the Star of Protection that gave the, Giving's Knights, the religion on, basically on winter.
I'm
where you
aware
give
of.
gifts to people and everything.
And
That
the one
Star
day
of
that we are
Protection-
free of our
Yes,
oath.
the reason why that is because they struck a deal with fate to have that.
Which that's even odder. That deals can be struck with fate.
Yes.
Or why oaths needed to exist. Oaths are intrinsic to an angel. It's the core of what you are. At this point, I don't know what's happening. This goes against everything I know to be true. And at the current moment, I still have no reason to actually believe the stars. They've shown enough personality, names, behaviors, emotions, saying that they're incapable of lying or trying to use us for their own benefit isn't something I would throw out immediately. This relationship is far too one-sided. At least our relationship with the stars. I have no reason to trust anything they say.
I don't know how the other stars are, but they're very lax.
Loud.
Yes.
Yes, I'm surprised about the behavior of the stars. Additionally, the fact that they fall prey to the same follies as people. I'm unsure if you're aware. We met Scholar.
Yes, the Star of Protection said I need to meet with Scholar, and apparently they can write warnings into people's books that they watch over to nudge them in the right direction.
Is that what the books they carry are? They slam them shut every time they appear in front of us, not allowing us to catch a glimpse. And even then, they showed some of their writings to us, and it's in no language I've ever seen. However, the fact the stars have their own language.
Of course, it makes sense. We learned that actual dark magic or mana has its own language. There's abyssal, of all things.
Things are quickly growing uncontrollable. I find myself wishing to just focus on Yisrael.
Yes, and I know. But I find that if we don't delve deep into this, we'll never know possibly what their intentions are. Because what a sentence it would be just say to people that the head of the cult was just trying to defy fate.
I'm uncertain about that. If they were truly an enemy of fate, then I believe we'd be fated to win. I'm not sure being an enemy of fate works out. Apparently, you can become immune to fate, untouchable. The teachers have done this, somehow. The way they've done it is unknown to us. They don't seem to have consciously decided to do this. And yes, the stars can choose individuals to protect. Virtues is being protected by protection.
Yes, and it constantly calls him a cockroach.
Yes. Protection, their only interest in virtues, is the fact that virtues displeases fate. Evidently, he broke his fate.
He did.
I don't believe this is a possibility for any of us.
Maybe. It may not be a chance. But if it comes into the question of if things are so preordained, they have a method to look into the future and say what's real and what's not. What's right and what's wrong. And apparently that's all through the up of the stars, and fate, and the moon.
I would also say, the fact the stars are displeased by whatever fate's end is enough to cause issues does not mean that that fate is bad for us. The stars are not our concern. From what I've seen, they seem to decide things on a whim. They may not like a fate. However, It's just as possible that the fate that they are displeased with is actually better for the one it's intended for.
And how do we get confirmation that it's actually better?
I don't believe we will. Upon asking any of those sorts of questions, the stars clam up. Evidently, stars that cause enough problems go missing. We have confirmation of 2 stars that are currently no longer available.
The star is a scholar.
Unity and freedom.
In Unity.
Scholar is not one of them. Scholar is available.
Unity and freedom.
Those are the only 2 we've ever heard about stars being locked away by fate.
Oh.
We're also completely unsure how the sun is in play. The sun has been mentioned as one of the entities above the stars, along with the moon. However, as far as I know, they have not currently been summoned, and we have not heard any further information beyond knowing that they exist.
I'm going to double check myself here, but I believe the Star of Protection mentioned about how something along the lines of fate influencing your leader, Zula.
What?
I need to double check myself, but I asked them if they knew the reason why Zula changed their opinion on Christian. And in that explanation, something along the lines of fate's influence.
Changed their opinion on Kristen.
To help influence the change, yes.
What change? Zula responded to Kristen's aggressions.
That's what I need to figure out if I also heard that properly, but it was mainly the typical reasoning. Hi, Sho. Sho? I guess I'm nicknaming, congratulations, that was friends from Jiren.
I did it to you with my friend Ty from Yanxi, so don't worry about it.
Yanxi. Anyways, Stone, hello.
Hello, Stone.
Since you're the whole team leader for our side, I thought I should eventually stop in with you and at least just check in with you, see if everything was alright on your end.
I would say currently yes.
That's more important at the moment.
We can discuss this later.
Yes, but definitely something I'm gonna double check myself on. But
did I interrupt something? Should I come back?
No.
More of just a talk about history.
Ah.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, Mel, I'll talk to you later, buddy.
Currently, what we need for you is to speak with Biol. We need bandages with mending. I don't believe anyone currently on our team who is capable of mending can actually mend you due to conflicting elements.
Actually, Arlo is one I considered for that. Arlo can mend. But
Just the fact he has water not
options.
Does the fact he have water not conflict with you?
No. Water does not conflict with me. Only lightning. Dark can be kind of uncomfortable, but I can manage.
If that's the case, that's a non-issue then.
Yeah, I considered Arlo when it came to that, but more of the medical healing more than me personally. But I would also say that it wouldn't be bad for us to have some extra options, so I'll talk to BO on behalf of that.
Yes, for you, and I'm making sure everyone who needs mending is aware of this. The squad should be together enough. You can be mended by Arlo and Nako.
Yeah. There's also a reason why I picked Arlo, and that's for help for you for the aerial. I know we got a big weight on you for you controlling the air. But we got
Ah,
Arlo,
there's an
who's also
update
got
to that.
enough. Yeah.
At least on my personal team, whose priority is to protect me so I can continue to give orders. I also have Exaliel, Daniel, and Impa. It's not just me in the skies.
Oh boy, Impa, huh? You got a
Yes.
fighter on your hands on that one. She is a ferocious man.
She seems to respect me and understand orders. I can work with that.
She may have a shitty way of talking, but she knows what the orders are going on. Found that out through fighting her myself.
I don't care much for everyone's personal conduct, as long as they're useful when needed. Hello, Sayori.
Professor?
Okay.
Do you have an update for me?
Yes, Fury is currently behind you, and there is a ton of red strings attached to you again.
What?
Wait, what?
Yes. As you do that, you're going to see Fury behind you, and there are red strings attached to you.
What is she talking about?
Why can I see these out here?
Probably because the door is cracked.
What is he seeing? What are you talking about?
Long story short, his star, the one that answers his question is Fury, but Irenaeus has red strings because he is attached to fate.
So he's attached to this Fury thing?
No, he's attached to fate.
And does Fury want something?
Long story short, it looks like he wants to just watch you for entertainment. And if he doesn't really want to talk, he just shrugged.
Alright. If that's the case, I will most likely bore him. I'm currently just planning.
I just thought I would give you a heads up.
Thank you.
Is that something we should be concerned about?
Not really. The door's going to be fixed in the next 48 hours, and they'll go back.
I don't have none of those red strings on me, right?
No.
Huh.
You'll get what you're looking for, Fury, but not today. Most likely tomorrow.
Also, Amarius also has the Star of Love, and Arlo has the Star of Healing that follows them.
Interesting. It's actually not what I expected.
Well, wait, what do stars got to do with this
Also,
stuff around?
Also, for some odd reasons, the Star of Charm has been following me.
There's a star for charm.
Yep.
What in the hell is going on here?
Star heraldry. There's currently a new wealth of information that we've only recently uncovered. The stars that we could call down to answer questions. There's an entire system up there that was previously unknown. Names, faces, hierarchies. They have a language.
Wait, we can do that? We can talk to... Well, I can
Yes.
stop and make sense of it, but...
Starborn are created by the moon. She considers them children. Yes.
That'll be another thing to deal with for later. Let's just stay on the stars. So they can predict like what's gonna happen or some semblance of what might happen, I assume.
Some of them are more adept at it than others. Some of them have more knowledge in specific areas than others. They seem to cover aspects. The reasons why they cover aspects is currently unknown. The reason for their being is also currently unknown. What is known is that the hierarchy goes fate, the sun and the moon, and the rest of the stars. No.
You're wrong. It goes fate, moon, sun.
Oh. That's so.
Yeah,
I actually hadn't
yep,
known
the
that.
sun is under moon.
Have we currently gone the sun yet?
No, we actually haven't.
I want to call down that one. However, that's also not the priority for today.
Yeah, I think you might want to take this one step at a time, or you're gonna get overwhelmed pretty quick.
Listen, all I wanted to was inform you that Fury was with you.
I see that. Unfortunately, he'll most likely remain bored.
I mean, combat can get pretty vicious and might not be as bored as you think.
The type of combat he's looking for is not something I should do on this campus.
Well, yeah, not on campus, but...
Anyways, if you want to update on any of that stuff, what happened there, you can find me later.
I would like an update. At least one before we head out.
Yes.
I thought the most difficult thing I had to do was raise a shield, and now we're talking to stars about our destinies. That's...
You're honestly better off not doing it.
I mean, I already got a sea of problems to figure. Stars and... I don't know.
Remind me what we were speaking of.
Preparing for the mission. You want me to talk to Bill about, mending bandages?
With mending, yes. I want to know how many he has on hand. Because mostly they'll be needed for... Originally was going to be for you and Lance. But now I believe, actually, Lance should be covered by James.
Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a damn minute. Why does... Is Lance a construct?
No. The vast majority of his body is highly mechanical in nature.
Oh. So he's like... Well, what's the thing? Hydra? No. Hill? No.
I'm uncertain as to the term.
Hybrid? A hybrid? It's like the mythical creatures that kind of smash together and it's something else, but it's something else too.
Yes.
That's... I guess it's not super important, but I didn't know he needed mending bandages. I mean, we can definitely get some more of them, in fact, for that now.
Yes. Mostly because it's not really information that you would need to know. It's not detrimental for you to know it.
Might be now that it needs for our supplies.
Yes.
I need to know basis. I get it. I've already been down this road so many damn times. Right, but that's again not important. I'll get to be all about them bandages. You got my word on that one. and I'll get you the number what we can get as soon as possible.
Yes. We're going to need as many as we
Anything
can
else?
get, really. Because we may also need to split with Aura's team. No, I think that's it. Currently, there are no other actual issues.
Right.
We have enough potions.
How you feeling?
They'll be split.
How you feeling about all this?
I suppose I just sort of want to get it started. We've done enough planning. At this point, we've been planning for this for well over a month. The conversations about how to do it right can only continue for so long.
Yeah.
Eventually, we'll plan ourselves into a whole.
Perfectly to plan.
Yes.
Exactly.
More than likely, the plan will fall apart.
At worst, we just need to be prepared and be ready to do what we gotta do. That intel's the most important thing, right?
Yes, and follow through. As for feelings of apprehension or worry, I have none.
I don't. We got going in there to do this, man. Because if we don't, Israel's just gonna take the feet out from under it. These cultists are just gonna take what they want and keep taking.
And we also do have a plan for saving Israel long term.
And I'll be honest, after seeing what happened with the spirits, and I don't know if you were told about this, that a bunch of us were shared with the vision of the spirits, mine specifically. Was seeing the girl get taken out by them cold and ruthlessly. Took her mana and everything. While Songbird tried to protect her. It was
yes, I've heard of this vision.
It was rough. And before the ritual room was sealed off, we saw a kid's last thoughts before their mana was taken. And the eyeballs plucked. I still haven't felt right since then. Which is why I'm going in there with no apprehensions. We're gonna go in there and do what we gotta do and weigh him out.
Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do. There is no non-lethal option here. Primarily, this is defense. However, one of the objectives here is to not leave any alive that we don't need to.
Yeah.
However, we need to focus on, primarily, we need more information. We are still operating on scraps of information about what's actually going on in Israel. The most information we've been managed to gather is from directly consulting the stars. And even then, it's been slow going, cryptic, and, at least until now, unhelpful.
Yeah. And I'll just say, when I hear stuff about bigger things that want something from you, it don't usually come for free.
No. No, it doesn't.
Does it hurt?
They don't. Not if I don't pull on them.
Just uneasy then, huh?
I tried pulling them once. It pulled back on my wings. But that's not the priority right now. For Israel, Our major priority is that we need more information. We need to defend Kaminari Alley, and we need to remove as many cultists as we can. I don't believe there's any outcome of this mission where we fully succeed in saving Israel. If the cult even has the slightest capability of getting down to the third layer, there are so few of us that can actually move down there to follow them. We don't currently have the capability, even with gas masks, to head down there. The air is simply too toxic. It would be solely restricted for those of us like yourself. And even then you would be left alone. In an unknown environment filled with hostiles. It's a bad situation.
Yeah. I figured as much.
And so, the chances of actually removing the cult is incredibly low. There is one scenario where we actually come out on top, and that involves us running into the general. Currently, if we run into the general, we're not to engage. There's an issue with that. We may not be able to defend Kaminari Alley should they choose to engage us. So it's going to be highly dependent on the actual situation, and I'll make the call at the time. Should they arrive directly for the attack on Kaminari Alley, they'll be treated as another combatant. We are unsure what they can do fully. We don't know what their artifact is, what it's capable of. We do know this. They're a doppelganger. And their main element is lightning.
Great. Of course, it's gotta be my counter. God damn it.
They can quite literally appear as anything. This is one of the few generals that can appear as just any of the other cultists. However, they most likely won't do that. That would break their command structure. They need to be identifiable, which means that we can identify them. Should that occur, we need to figure out a way to isolate them, and we need to attack them with our entire squads. That is the only way that we can potentially overwhelm them before they use their artifact, which can, quite literally, potentially do anything. Dreamweaver put people to sleep. The Gorgon drained them dry. As far as I can tell, at least with artifacts, there's not many limits.
Can I pick your brain on strategy then?
The issue is that we don't have enough information about them specifically, or whether or not they'll even be present, to form a proper strategy. It's going to be one of those situations where I'm most likely going to have to develop a strategy in the moment. However, we know their element, which at least tells us enough about people that should avoid directly combating them. You would be more suited to making sure that if we do decide to engage them, we can remain isolated from all of their other troops. Take care of the golems, the commanders.
So not dealing with the big guy, but taking care of all the cronies.
Yes. Otherwise, there's a very good chance you'll die. And then with you dead, everyone else will also start to die. Unfortunately, this isn't much about glory, more about how you can participate and where best to. Which I also have an information for you, Selrin. Specifically, we're talking about who's capable of mending who. I believe you're well able to be mended by Nako, yes?
Yeah.
Additionally, those capable of mending you, I believe are Arlo. I believe that's actually just it. So for you it would be Nako and
If he
Arlo.
has mending bandages.
Yes. However, we're still unsure about whether we'll have those and how many of those we will have. I have not yet been able to discuss with Biol. And now I don't know where he is.
Well, let me worry about that, and as soon as I get the info, I'll pass it on to you. You already got 1,000 things to worry about. Let me be at least one to take off your shoulder.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah. You've been working up a lot of stress here trying to get things done and doing what you can. I try to take whatever way I can from you. I know you're doing your best, man.
Partially what I was born for.
Not that I doubt any of your abilities or anything, but it's a lot of things to cover for with a lot of ways to be looking. And if you lose sight on one area, you might get caught off guard.
It's part of my duty. And to keep a perspective to not lose sight of anything.
So let me just help you focus in there.
I would appreciate that. Currently, I believe everyone's capable of at least some way of healing, except for those that require mending. Which is primarily why I want those bandages. You've spoken of that before, but could you elaborate and remind me of the details?
So long as I have available mana and a light source of some kind, I'm able to channel mana into a rune on it to act as a quicker form of mending. Though the downside to it is I can only use it once a day.
Understood. At least in terms of light sources, you'll have Sabriel. And they should be able to utilize light for you.
Likely.
If somehow they're not available, you can prioritize looking for me and my squad. I will both have myself, Exaliel, and Daniel.
Understood.
We will most likely be in the air. When available. There's potentially constricted environments. Which, that reminds me of another thing. Provided we're in constricted environments, there may be times where I'll command you all to duck, and I can clear out a hallway.
Are your spells primarily light, or are they a fusion?
They're entirely light.
Understood.
Which, for you two in particular, you don't have to worry entirely about them just cutting through you. However, I imagine you don't want me to etch into you.
Preferably not.
Additionally, if it stops at you,
amount of force equally.
it won't hit anything behind you. In which case it's a missed attack.
As much as we don't need to evade as other people, we still need to make sure your attack was effective. Therefore, we
Yes.
still need to prioritize it.
Additionally, we will have mana potions. Primarily constructed for gargoyles. To make sure that if there was a longer run mission, you do not have to worry about stamina.
Understood.
So we don't have any idea how many exits they have, do they?
No. We're running on the bare minimum of information, which is why I've been trying to get as many potions completed as possible.
If we could set up some traps around like escape points and areas they would flee, it might be good to help with dealing with the cultists while they try to run.
We do have the area directly around Kaminari Alley, so we can develop choke points there.
Exactly, something like that.
That at least won't be too difficult. The problem is continuing after. I don't think this mission's going to end with us simply defending Kaminari Alley until they stop attacking. When they stop attacking, that's when we go on the offensive. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't. And we would simply chase them down. If we can make them believe they need reinforcements to beat us, they will lead us to their reinforcements. However, there's always the situation.
We had about.
Hmm.
Isn't that the problem of being leaked down to the third layer? That layer that they
That's
probably
where if
escaped
they
to get away
decide they
from us?
can't beat us. And it will eventually happen. There's no scenario where we can get all of them. Either we're pushed back, in which case we're pushed back, and they win. Or we manage to defeat him enough that they decide to turn tail and run. In which case we need to be even more aggressive. That split-second decision, where they decide that it's not worth it to defend themselves and instead it's worth it more to run, that is going to be our only opportunity to get all of them in one fell swoop. They know this area better than us. If they decide to run, and they're not stopped, I very much doubt we're going to find them. My sight is useful. I can't see through layers of Israel.
It all depends on how many escape, because keep in mind, we do got B.O., who does know the routes of Israel there.
Yes. However, combat
But it
is
all
chaotic.
depends on how many.
I'm uncertain about how many
too.
exits there actually are. It's possible that we may actually not have to worry about it because there are no exits or entrances to the third layer that are nearby. It's also possible they may be so close that it's an actual, genuine concern. The problem isn't the area around Kaminari Alley, it's the part around the map where our knowledge of Yisrael ends. Those from Yisrael have been trying to create a secondary map of the area around it to give us more insight. I've not yet heard of its completion.
I believe so long as everyone does intend to play their part, that this will go decent enough.
I believe so.
As I was telling Stone earlier, though, I hope everyone does not take this lightly.
I don't believe they will. We've at least
They shouldn't be
emphasized
taking this lightly.
how important this is. That
If they
Israel
do,
does hang in the line.
If they do, for some reason, I believe they'll take a reality check rather fast, though.
Hopefully there are no lives lost in that.
We can hope.
Yeah. We're going in there to do something to better the world. We really can't be taking this lightly. They'll kill us. They will take our mana and they will run.
If they're still
We take
taking
the
this
mana.
lightly, they should reconsider their positions here.
I agree. Alright, well, if you need me to check in with Bio and get them bandages, I'm gonna go and see if I get on that, get this ball spinning.
I would like that, yes. And I believe I've spoken of this mission enough.
Yeah. Like you
At
said.
least for today.
We've done all the planning we can. Now we just gotta leave it up to action.
Provided everyone knows to do their part.
They should be smart enough.
Did you originally walk over for conversation, or is there something you wanted to ask me, Selrin?
No, merely curious as to what you both were conversing over.
I can also eat people, trap people inside me, and make them immobile. And my grease magic has two unique functions. One, it doesn't do damage, but it will lump a friction when it touches. Do something like stone in for example.
Probably.
Well, in that crab form. Good to see you, Ernest. Hopefully you're doing well.
I would say so. About as much planning for Israel that can be done has been done. I heard recently there was more star heraldry performed. I've been semi-updated about that.
I don't dabble in that though because
I don't
it's
fuck
never
with
been something to
You're better off.
really be of my interest. Yes, I'm more so just dabble in more so helping people manage their mana of sorts, or doing little just parlor tricks here and there. Pretty much all I do.
How difficult is it to learn mending?
Well, it depends. Do you want to learn it as a spell, or do you want it as a rune?
Rune. I want to instruct several people to actually have it. We're low on people who can actually perform mending, while the people that actually need mending are increasing.
Well, sadly, I can't even offer the option that I normally would. You could have Cerise tattoo it on or carve it on you because, well, being that you're an angel, your body...
I would simply just regenerate it.
Yeah,
It's not for
that's why
me.
I can't do things like that on virtues. But in terms of learning mending, it's not that difficult of a rune, but considering the fact that, if I recall correctly, I think I was told that Virtues plans on having you all pack up your things and leave by the end of the day.
Yes, this isn't for today, but this is for the future. We have it solved currently for the mission about who needs mending and who can receive it from what, but it was about an hour-long conversation.
Well, teaching something like a mending rune is not difficult. Really, at most, either Cerise or I could teach you that within just a day.
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah, mending is not a difficult rune. It's fairly simple.
It's kind of like one of the starter runes.
That works. I'll figure out people who have the capability of learning it and who'd best be utilized for it. And see if they're amenable to learning it.
definitely the trick is just making sure that, well, I say the reason why I say a day that it would take for myself or Cerise is just the fact that either of us have to, well, show you how to make it, then show you how to actually properly use the mana, well, use your mana to activate it, and of course, lastly, just a lot of testing to make sure that you actually have it down packed, really. But most it's just a day's worth of practice.
That's more than fine.
As
I more mean to
Cerise,
isolate
just-
3 students that I think should learn mending and send them over to either of you.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm going to be more busy in the coming weeks, so I'd say that's
I
the
should
if
be
you want
free.
Yes, if you would like, you can go ahead and take care of it, because I have to dabble. I mean, mainly why I'm not going to be accompanying any of the students this time around. Normally I do for trips, but my services will be unavailable, as next Thursday, is it? That's when I leave for at least doing a bit more of my runic studies. I make sure to at least take some time every year to at least see if there's anything that's at least been updated, any new advancements. Mostly because runes are always, well, adapting and changing. People finding new ways to use them, which I will make sure to, of course, keep you posted.
Yes, please.
No, of course. I mean, after all, if there's anything I will do is make sure that at least anyone who has as much interest in runesmithing as I do, I'll keep them updated.
That works. Thank you both. Oh. Oh, my ass is tired.
Yeah, same.
Alright. It's time. It's time. It's time to be fuck ass. Mr. Krabs, I have an idea. Let's be my actual size. There we go. Ow, fuck. Alright, let's change my music.
Alright. Alright, well, you and your stream have a good time. I'm hopping out.
Bye-bye.
We get to be excited for next week because we get to go in go mode.
Oh, yeah, especially because fucking... I don't think you were there when they Sayori came up to Irin. Of like... Fucking... that they cracked the door so all the stars were free, so Irin's fucking star was there to fucking visit him. And Aaron's like, Fury, what the fuck do you want? I'm not fighting right now. Like the kind of fighting that you want me to do. I'm not about to just start killing the other students. Like, Fury, you don't want me to fight
the other students right now.
So, Fury, fucking, I'm coming in, by the way. Where you going? Where you going? Where you going?
Back to Aura.
Okay. Good thing you loaded me, because if I teleport to you, people who haven't loaded me, they instantly see me and then load me. So that's something I need to fix. That's what happened. Remember when I did it in the bench and you guys like saw me for like a split second and they were like chicken fingers? Yeah. You weren't supposed to see me at all.
Yeah.
So now I have to like load into an area and let you all load me so I'm not there so I can actually spawn in. But,
I just do it because, if you're in case you need to. Anyways.
You had already left. Yeah. Oh, you're still here. You had already left, but they cracked the door.
I know.
So, yeah, did you hear about part about the fact that Aaron's star is just hanging over his shoulder?
No, I didn't hear that part. I didn't realize they did that much of effect. I know they threw a moon spear at the door.
Oh my fucking god. Okay.
Now, is it time to do silly stuff?
No.
Depends.
Okay, it's
With-
time to do silly stuff. Bye.
With, basically, Sayori came by, said, like, by the way, Aaron, you currently see the red strings outside of the ritual room. And you also see Fury behind you. And he was like, huh? What? I'm currently in a conversation with Stone in the train. Motherfucker. What did you do? Why do I see the strings? You realize I can't move now, right? What if I pull them? Like, Aaron was scared.
Okay.
Because last time he pulled them, they pulled on his wings. So he was just like, I can't... Can I walk? I've never tried walking while this is happening. So he's like, okay, I can move. I haven't said anything, Fate. Leave me alone. Like, Aaron, right now, I was half tempted to say to you when you were talking about that, of Aaron just being like, if it is something to do with Fate, I'm gonna ask you to not tell me anymore. He's fucking terrified.
Man, you should probably state that soon. Otherwise, I'm like, he's interested in this. I might as well get him.
I'm interested. Yeah, the stars. Yeah, Fate. And leave my wings alone.
Yeah, I don't know that's Mal. I just know you're interested.
Yeah, because Aaron doesn't want to admit it. You think he wants to admit that he's afraid?
Oh, absolutely not. But if anyone who's not going to treat him differently, it's going to be Mal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But it's like Stone asked him, because I think Aaron can see the red strings, but no one else can. No, Stone could see the red strings on Aaron. So when he, when he walked by,
anyone could see
would have
it?
seen. I
'Cause
don't know.
wasn't-
I don't think anyone could see it, but Aaron. I think it was something that Aaron could. I think that just wasn't communicated enough to it. But I don't think anyone else could see the red strings. Only Aaron could. Right now, he just went back to his room, basically, and he's trying not to move. But Stone had asked him, basically, like, okay, these red strings, what, have you pulled on, like, have you tried to get rid of them before? And Aaron was like, I've pulled on them once. And I felt that pull again on my wings.
Knows about it.
Yeah. Felt that pull again on my wings.
Definitely.
Oh, what do I hear?
Attention all students. Out of character. Clink goofed. In
We're not
character,
leaving
just
today.
there's one sentence. We are leaving in a few days in character, out of character next week, and then midpoint in during the day we'll be leaving to do the going to actual Israel and doing that.
So next week?
We're not leaving today. That was my bad.
So loud.
Completely my fault.
Anyway,
apologies.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically Aaron doesn't know how to feel about it. He doesn't know whether or not he's going to go, because he doesn't, like, there's a reason, I think, Aura is the one who mentioned about,
you're
like...
doubting something, by the way.
Yeah,
Like,
Aaron's not good at
because
hiding, because he doesn't lie.
Yeah, and I recognize that, like, I notice you don't want to tell me something, but I'm not going to push you to do it.
Mm-hmm. There's a bit where Aura talked about, she brought up about, like, I guess that's just how they were fated, and then Aaron just fucking, like, twitched, and, like, looked over, and was like, I will not speak on fate.
Speaking of that, the one thing I didn't say to you yet, but apparently I had 2 pairs of eyes looking at me oddly.
From where? In the room?
The stars above, yeah. Because, it was reflecting the place.
I should totally bring fuck ass into the Star Heraldry room. I think that'd be funny. Can you imagine fuck ass there for a fucking Star Heraldry?
You can ask me, to do one, because you are aware of it.
True, except for the fact of, like, I know Chibi is aware of fuck ass's lore.
The only thing is,
have a go on.
It's the fact that the moon and fate are currently fighting.
Yup. Which, that's definitely a thing. That's something that's happening. Which also, by the way, when he sat on, like, your bed, it was sitting like this. Of, like, just, like, leaning back into, like, the headboard. Like, sitting like a person.
Perfect.
I love fuck ass.
Mojito!
Hold on.
Okay, I was actually in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, go back in, and then I'll come bother you.
Sounds great.
Let me get my funny Faye music.
Sounds good. I need
Mal Fritters. The mailman.
Actually, important for you to know, at least. One of the stars calls me Fritters.
But that's not your name.
Yes, but I'm just letting you know ahead of time that one of the stars calls me Fritters.
Oh, isn't that funny? Even the stars don't know.
Where is...
I'm gonna get some water and then I'll come in and bother you.
Yeah, do that. Sounds great. Yeah.
I need water for this voice.
No, absolutely.
How true. We can annoy Europa. That would be fun. Alright, the voice is good. Now where are they?
I would also suggest, by the way, if you haven't, to talk to Professor Sayori over the events of what happened today, by the way.
Star Heldry, apparently the Star of the Spirits.
And one other thing that involves her, but, yeah.
Fate's angry.
Yes, it is.
I know Voidling, but I don't know your name. Did you give it one?
Did I? Did I not? Who knows?
A maybe then. I guess Voidling will suffice, at least for now. I didn't interrupt, did I?
No, I think Aura was about to head off, I think. Not too sure.
I was just gonna roam around a little bit. I was not expecting another familiar to pop out out of nowhere.
No. Are there more now?
Yes,
there's another very talkative.
I haven't seen. Which one is Winters?
Person wearing a white mask.
Pretty good description, actually. Typically also has
a wonderland?
bat-like wings out.
It's familiar is also a voidling, though a very talkative one.
A talking voidling.
It never ends with questions.
Nope. And even then, apparently, Common's not its first language. It typically likes speaking Abyssal and Dark. Which I don't know if my knowledge of languages transfers to you. Because I can speak Dark for the elementals anyways.
Abyssal. No, I never got the chance to learn that one.
Well, it's available. Kinda.
Oh, I do like learning things.
Guess it wouldn't hurt to ask.
It'd be fun. Are they an old voidling?
I would probably say
takes a while for them to learn to speak.
One could think so, though. It's almost as curious as a little child.
Yes.
Potentially old, but new to here.
Apparently, when I tried to inquire about its little contract, it wants to learn all about this plane.
Very new then. They're so curious when they start out.
You had interactions before with voidlings.
Sometimes. Not often. Very rare, actually.
I didn't realize you had more history than I thought.
I acquire experiences. Exploration is a part of growth.
This is true.
And you need to encounter new things to follow your role.
Speaking of new things, I'm actually gonna need your assistance whenever I go to Yanxi.
Oh. You have my interest.
Yes. Since you are so, well, at least what it says in the books about fluent in the ley lines, I am curious to see if Yanxi, if it's more pure.
In comparison to what?
Some others. On a trip there, if you can tell, it would help. I do plan to eventually go with Cupbeard to at least Phoenix Shop, as I'm trying to learn more of the history of this world. Apparently, during the times of creation, the world was at its purest for things, its ley lines and all. Then conflict happened, things were abused, I'm pretty sure, and it changed.
Well, now that's interesting. I haven't heard that one before.
Well, fortunately, a lot of history seems to be quite literally buried. And I like to see if you have the capability of reading the words of the ley lines, if it even speaks. There seems to be a lot of voices of the stars and, well, fate.
There's a lot of things that have voices when they shouldn't.
Yes.
I'd also be interested in seeing if I can read them in this newer body.
Because that's the voice that seems to be missing. We have the voice of what fate believes should happen. We have the voice of what the stars believe should happen. But we are missing the voice of what the world wants.
And if the world doesn't want anything, and it's content to be pulled around,
then so be it. I am then free to choose how I want to choose my words with the world. Because then it comes more back to the people.
I can get you there. Everyone deserves a chance to have their words be heard.
Yes.
And to have their names be known.
We're not just the words of what fate believes, nor with the stars.
They're not your friends.
No.
That
But they do
doesn't
seem to
mean they're
protect
your
us.
enemies. But they're not on your side. And they never will be.
I don't know. But I'm not going to look into the future to find out.
And make it real.
Exactly.
Once you know, it diverges. You either follow it, or you fight it. But either way, you've now solidified the points. It's going to happen.
Yeah. That's why I wish students would stop. But
once you read ahead in the book, it frames everything you do. If you're only on the third page, but you read the end, that'll change the experience.
yeah. If we know the ending, then the ending will never change of what words we want. We could choose to defy, but there's no guarantees. The only thing that is guaranteed is if we choose to decide our own in a way. And it's always open as long as you don't know.
And everyone wants something. Everyone. Everything with a voice. It's a matter of figuring out what they want. And if you want to hinder it, or get it to them, you already know what you want. You don't know what the stars want. Some of them don't know what they want. And who knows what fate wants?
It's actually clear that fate wants to have things be preordained.
Now the question is, was it locked into one ending? If fate doesn't look at it.
That's what I don't know. The stars say things are better for what they want, but who's to say? If we don't know, then how do you make the judgment?
When it comes to judgment, it goes back to what I said before about wanting things. Once you know what something wants, everything becomes clear. The measure of a person is what they want and what they're willing to do to get it.
Where it's clear that that what fate wants, they saw worth defying a contract.
Don't you think it's interesting that you can broker deals with fate? It makes you wonder if that's only limited to the stars. But who knows what fate wants?
Question then becomes, is it even worth defying a contract? Lines. Okay, I was actually in the middle of conversation though with Aura, because I was. Question then becomes, is it even worth defying a contract? Lines. Okay, I was actually in the middle of conversation though with Aura, because I was. Question then becomes, is it even worth defying a contract?
Motherfucker. Motherfucker. I fucking died. God damn it.
Come back, VRJet. Reload. God damn it, it's 1:15. I think session ends at 2. Yeah, we crashed hard. Damn shame. That was a good conversation. And we're back. Okay. Yeah, it's a horrible moment to crash. What the fuck? Whoa. Whoa. fuck was that? Why did the avatar break? Evidently, I said too much.
Yeah, and I was literally just saying how fate was intervening. They almost took, Lappy here.
Though, I still don't see a reason to stop. What was the last thing I said?
I remember asking you if it was worth asking if, or even asking fate what they want. They seem to have very violent tendencies who just want to lash out and kill someone if they're not in a line with them.
Sleep, nighty night, Mal. Nighty night, bird.
Good night, Leppy. It's Trickster.
Oh, Trickster.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
Depends. Have you spoken to fate?
No, but they seem to like go knocking and slamming against the door and really upset when we ever asked about important things to happen.
Fate's very rigid. They don't like it when things change, especially if it's not them doing it.
Hello,
So,
Nikos.
question: have you told anything to anyone of what you happened today in the ritual room with you and Sayori? Virtues.
If you're talking about the personal thing between Sayori, no. The only thing I ever talked about with is to Irenaeus about more so involving him. Nothing else.
That's fine. That's more than fine. I'm just making sure.
What were you worried about?
Just an oath. None of your concern. But
oaths are interesting.
Oh yes, they are very. Not like an angelic one, but you know, hello Europa.
All oaths are the same.
I suppose. Either way, I might turn in a few minutes, by the way, unless you wanted to say anything to me. Because I am exhausted from the manual channeling with the rune. It drains a lot. If it wasn't for Europa and Letty helping me with my mana reserves, I would have probably passed out.
At least see you that you get to your room, and then I'll come back here if that's alright.
That's fine.
Do me a favor, actually. See if you can get a god and just walk inside the rich room and see if you see anything unique.
What an odd question.
I'm just intrigued if we can test his sights about things.
Right. Anyways,
On seeing
come on
the
now.
stars.
No, just anything involving uniqueness.
I
Especially
suppose I
in...
can take a look.
Yes.
Oh, how was Akuma, by the way? Did it go over well?
I'll see you around Malfritters the Mailman. And Lycan.
Do not call me that.
Lycos.
Lycos.
Slip of the tongue, Lyn. Lycos.
Refer to me as Wolf, Nikos, or Lycos. Nothing else.
Lycos it is. No, Nikos. You're close to Mal.
Thank you.
Hey, hi, Siva.
Yes.
Mal has just asked fucking Prince to go into the ritual room and just see if he can see anything. I have no idea what a Fae would see in the ritual room.
No, Faye wouldn't have binds to the stars level shit.
Yeah, I've just been playing it
It's
that...
overstimulating for you, pretty much.
Oh, like I go in, go, oh fuck no, and then leave?
Yeah, it's like a lot of shit at once that it's out of your realm. This is something that you've not even tapped in with.
Okay. I've been playing it that Prince knows of fate and of the stars, and knows very general things about them, just that they exist.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. What, so I walk in as the Fae, look up, they all look back. Alright, understood, I'm leaving.
Basically, oh, weird shit, fuck off.
Weird shit.
Oh. Whoopsie. I told you guys his name. Well, part of it. You'd be surprised to know this, but Trickster is actually a name Mal gave him. He never gave his. He's got several titles. I'm sure they'll figure it out.
They aren't going. As far as I know, everyone is.
The professors would somehow know him there. I got really turned around for a second. Damn.
Back when he was doing tomfoolery and
But
stuff.
that's when he was being silly. He's not being silly anymore. It's much
Many
better.
are disliking that.
A lot better.
And it has resulted in Stone being assaulted because apparently lowered their voice to be sultry, as they put it, is off-putting to the other students. If he says the word Riz, smack him in the face.
Just gonna fix ground.
Are you talking about me?
Oh, okay.
You are fine. Cube is the issue. Riz is not something you need to be saying.
That's what they
Yeah,
call
apparently
you.
you're only supposed to say it to someone that you really have feelings for.
It's the correct
The energy's
word.
like evil otherwise. I don't know. Every time I was doing it, I was getting slapped again. The rock thrown at me.
The correct word is to float.
So I'm learning flotation
Sorry,
training.
what?
What is the topic again?
How to
Learning how to access shift.
learning
how to flirt.
I can explain. I'm learning how to accent.
The card will another one rings a bell saying bring out your dead. I think if we get to that point.
Why are you referencing Monty Python Fontaine? What to do? Do I interrupt the conversation? Where's Menace? Can I eat Menace? Where are you, Menace?
You're Lord Summoner. Oceanborn. And what are you doing right now? Is Lord on you? Hello, Lord. It's been a little while. Hope you've been doing good. Unfortunately, I don't think I can hear what he's saying in response.
Hello.
Did I interrupt you?
I don't know if you want me to repeat what he said. It was kind of mean.
Absolutely.
Lord, do you want me to repeat what you said? Okay, he said disgust.
Like the emotion.
Probably.
Does he say why?
Do you know why you said disgust? I think it's because you're Fae.
Only that.
Probably. That's not directly what he said, but I think that's why. Do you want me to repeat what you said? When I first met you, he said a lot, don't forget what he is. And that's what he said just now, too. So I think it's because you're Fae.
One day you'll remember, hero.
Yeah?
Odie had nothing to say to that.
You were looking at him, not me.
I am using you to repeat what he says.
Yeah, he didn't say anything.
Silence again. Always going back to just not talking.
I don't know if he likes you. He's really quiet when you interact.
That's a shame. I like him.
What do you have to say to that? Lord. Okay, well, I don't know. You're being a little unreasonable.
Is he asking you to not talk to me again?
No, he just keeps on saying, like, never, like, he changed it up. Are you okay with me saying it? That's not an answer. Yes or no? Are you okay with me saying what you said? Okay. He said never forget what he's done, but I don't know what that means, so...
Maybe you haven't forgotten everything then. Even with your own interpretation. Because there are so many of those. But that was a different you. From a different time.
Hello, Menace, and I forget their name off the top of my head. Apologies.
You can call him Hero.
Hero as in H-I-R-O or H-E-R-O?
H-E.
I see.
Hero of so many stories he was never written in. I do have an answer for you while I wait for him to speak. Unless he's decided he's given up. That's the closest I've been to the stars. It definitely is odd. There's too much to make sense of for this small form. It blends together. So much packed into that room.
So much packed together, so you had seen some similarities at least.
There's an energy there. Electrifies the skin. Swirling around. Some of it drifting out the door.
A swirling energy directing out the door.
What are you talking about?
The room in the line. The one tethered to the stars.
What?
Oh, you don't know.
I didn't comprehend what you said. Can you repeat it?
The room inside tethered to the stars? That one. Or the one before that?
I don't know what you're talking.
Did you say that the moon lied? And then follow it up with something. The previous sentence before the one where you said, I don't know. Or you don't know, excuse me.
I never said the moon lied. What are you
Yes,
doing?
and that's what they're trying to... That's what they're trying to clarify, because I didn't hear it properly either. The
I
sentence
said
before
the
you said you don't
room
know.
tethered to the stars, because that's what they asked for. Before that, I was talking about the energy. At least in this form, I can feel it. But I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. How it's supposed
So
to
Fate and the
feel.
stars are basically in that room. They're actual beings.
Oh, in the ritual room?
Yes, when you look up, you're looking at the stars and Fate. And I do mean the sun as well and the moon.
Okay.
That's a really long story short of it.
Is there a lot of information that isn't being talked about to other students?
Yes.
Why?
Some of them are international affairs.
Oh.
Well, the rest is a lot more personal, it seems.
The stars pick their favorites.
Yes. I can speak about it if you want, but I would like to see if you can point out where this stream is happening in the ritual room, if you don't mind.
It's nowhere specific other than up.
Yes, I just wanted to see if you know how wide and everything it is, and then where it's flowing to the door. I know you said under the cracks, but I just want to see more specifics.
I was already in it, and I think I know what you're asking. No, the tether. I don't see the other side. The part you're asking about. I see the room and the energy inside it.
Oh.
The most I would be able to do is point up.
Oh. Frick!
Though that may change if I get more of my senses. We don't have such a close connection to the stars. Usually.
Sorry, Menace. I need to ask Thyroid how to make sure you can get more. Okay.
Get more of my senses.
Yes.
I would enjoy that. It's odd being this muted. There's only one up.
And yet, where there is up, information is also down.
Yes.
Because there are things below. Actually, Menace.
Yeah.
I don't suppose... Since you're a loco of Neptunia, yes?
Kind of.
How are you kind of? Are you like...
I didn't live there
You
my
have
entire life, but I lived there for a good amount of years.
Okay. I might need to ask someone else from Neptunia then. Long story
Yeah,
short,
'cause I don't...
there seems to have been a pathway which might be in the Bermuda Triangle, but is known in the history of Battle of Pashas and something else. Essentially, these are pathways beneath the waters of Neptunia.
Huh.
Yes. You sound like you're exhausted. I won't bother you with it too much.
No,
then.
it's okay. I am kind of tired.
Understandable. I'll talk to you later about it then. Properly.
Okay.
Just- that's what I'm looking for right now.
Well, there's Sayori if you wanted her.
Let's get that question out of the way then. Are you done with Hero for your conversation before?
I think Hero's done speaking. So yes. It does tire him out. Walking feels odd.
Can't you fly?
I could. I kinda like this.
Oh, okay.
This whole fucking time, I've just been trying to help Q interact with people better, and at one point, the reason why he thinks that what I do is flirtatious is, I met a new student, right? They were a second year, didn't know them, got caught off guard, and I accidentally accent switched. And it sounded a little flirtatious, and everybody thinks that I'm trying to flirt with people, which is not what I'm doing.
Are you helping out?
Trickster. Hey.
On...
Hey.
No.
Little guy.
Coming back.
Do you like milking ducks?
Yeah.
Asking
What?
about his being Fontaine tried to
Do you like nut milk?
So what's going on?
Right from the source?
So, anyways, yes, they were probably trying to have some sort of emotional connection. But
How would you explain that?
if you're aware or not. So, you know,
Are those
How would I
words
explain nut
special?
milk?
I like to do it when it's not really
No.
around, so I'm not.
Never heard of milk before?
Yes.
You have this one.
It's like that, but for nuts.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm talking about
Trickster?
getting nut milk with
Trickster,
Trickster.
I have no particular.
You don't believe when I said
We gotta
Did you get an answer?
make sure.
So
Don't
yeah,
step on the
I'm
ground.
Explain what milk.
Goodness gracious. Sorry. Okay.
what he wanted.
Okay. So, this guy. I want to upgrade his senses. How do I know when I can do that with him?
Oh, you still have a very long time before you can do that. Normally, it takes the amount of summons and how much knowledge you can get from him, and you get, of course, your own training.
Yes. But how do I start, or if anything, work on that? What are the prerequisites? Let me ask this. If you know at the top of your head. If not, and we need to go consult things, that's fine.
To be honest, there's really no prerequisites. When it came to my Wonderland familiar, it took me at least a year to get her even slightly powered up. It really depends on the training.
Okay.
It depends on your mental, physical, your overall strength.
Okay, so I had to worry about my overall in order to get him powered up. I don't know if I have that long, though. Okay. Fine.
Anyway, how are you liking your stay here?
It's fun. Though I didn't know you had such a tethered connection to the stars.
Yes, I do.
Which, speaking of that, I'm not sure if you're aware, but apparently there's leakage from that room to the outside, if I understood
Yes.
correctly.
Through the cracks in the door.
I told everyone about that I could.
But you skipped to me about that.
Well, I should say the people who it will mostly affect.
Right.
I should probably check on my wife to make sure she's okay.
Yeah, sure. You know what? If you want to do that, I'll tag along and we can go check on your wife.
I can do that here.
But that's no fun. That's a lie.
Trust me, if you want to speak to the moon right now, it's not highly recommended because she's been
I'm not
fighting
asking
fate
to
all
speak to
day.
the room. I'm not asking to speak to the room.
And how do you think that's going to end?
Last time I checked, fate threw a fucking spear. Or not fate, the moon drew a fucking spear.
Well, did it land?
Yes, that's what
door,
caused
so
the catch
yeah.
on the door.
Now that would be interesting. If fate could be injured.
To be honest, I don't know.
See, you also brought up a good question of what if we ask fate what it wants? And then I asked if it's even worth it.
Okay, if you want to ask creative question, you're going to have to make sure that me, Virtues, any of the fate breakers are not in the room when you do that.
I had no plans. He just suggested the words.
My question is, do you think that the fates are locked into one before fate looks at it, or after?
I don't know, actually. That is a good question.
What happens if fate just doesn't look?
And that would be impossible since fate can see everything.
Can. Which also means they can choose not to.
True,
Even then,
but
you guys have become successful fate breakers, which means they didn't see that coming.
yes, which pissed Fate off to the point that he most likely wants to kill us. Or she, it.
Either fate couldn't see it, or fate couldn't stop it. Either way, it seems fate's more limited than I thought. You'd think fate would be absolute, with no chance of deviation. But they're angry, which means they want things to happen and can't get them. And if fate can be injured, doesn't that bring up the idea that fate can be killed? I wonder what that world would look like.
Sorry, I was checking on my.
Right. Actually, did they ever tell you why they aimed at the door?
To piss Fate off.
To piss them off by teasing of opening it.
Long story short, Fate pissed off the moon. So to get back at the Fate, moon pissed off Fate. And now that they finally mellowed out.
Okay, but that doesn't
It
translate
sounds
as
like
to how.
the stars have a lot of issues to get through.
Yeah, I felt like I was listening to a soap opera in a way, at the same time being in a soap opera.
Dragged around, unable to change it, but forced to survive it.
Yes.
Particularly, it's a situation of don't touch my kids.
Are we all the stars' kids? Including the moon and the sun?
No, but the moon's kids are the Starborns, and Fate tried to fuck with the Starborns.
And the rest of us?
It looks like the rest of you are left out to dry.
Not necessarily.
And what makes you say that?
Because technically we all have fate. So technically, we're all the stars' children. It just depends on whose.
I don't suppose you just ask the moon who calls me fritters out of all the stars, can you?
I mean, I could try.
If you could.
I'll keep that on
One
my
of
list.
them calls you fritters.
Yes, apparently.
It's probably the star that's mostly aligned to you.
Now that's interesting.
Maybe. I wouldn't know.
Considering that's not your name.
What?
It's not your true name.
What do you... That... I mean... I don't know what's considered a true name, but it's my name.
It's what you go by, yes.
It's what I was given.
Wow. That's even more interesting. I know with the contract. I can't tell what it is, but I know if I got your true name, and I didn't.
Well, but I'll let you two solve that one. I have to go check on some other stuff. Make sure Sharice isn't dead.
As for what your true name actually is, that's beyond me right now. You're an interesting one, Mel. Take a moment. This is very important.
Yes, I should have guessed, but... What if it makes a true name? Yes, I didn't know who my family truly is. I know my adopted ones, but I don't know who my actual ones are. You're telling me they gave me a name that I don't even know? After all this time?
Yes.
You're not lying to me, are you?
No. I don't lie to you, Mel.
Curse.
And we got it. We finally got it.
Yeah.
They call you fritters? Now that's wild.
That's wild.
That's wild. Mel Fritters, the mailman. Yeah, let me get comfortable.
At some point, I am gonna just like sit on your, like a human, like a human fucking person as Trickster. Just sit on your lap. Just be like,
so, we can talk about how things should be, Mel.
I hope you liked, I really liked that conversation. The entire bit about like,
It was fantastic.
the entire bit of fucking like, now it's interesting the idea that fate can be injured, isn't it?
Yeah, no, you brought that forward. I wasn't gonna actually say it until someone else kind of pointed more that out. I'm like, oh, there it is.
There's also the fact I really need to talk with Siva, because the exact description I was given through like the quick VC was that I haven't interacted with the stars, with like the implication that I'm outside. So I was like, oh, huh? I asked what's going on in the room.